करिए और देखिए कि क्या आपका बिजनेस पर्यावरण के अनुकूल है या नहीं है। और पर्यावरण के अगर अनुकूल नहीं होगा तो हो सकता है आगे आने वाले समय में सरकार के नए प्रतिबंध हमारे बिजनेसेस पर भी लगे। इस पिक्चर में आप बहुत सारी, इस स्लाइड में पिक्चर्स देख रहे हैं और इसमें एक ही चीज कॉमन है। क्या चीज कॉमन है? मोबाइल फोन। दोस्तों, इस एक मोबाइल फोन ने हजारों फैक्ट्रियां बंद कर दी, बिकॉज इस एक मोबाइल फोन में 5.5 करोड़ रुपए के गैजेट्स इस एक फोन के अंदर है। इसी में कैमरा है, इसी में कंप्यूटर है, इसी में वीडियो गेम्स हैं, इसी में टेलीफोन है, इसी में वीडियो मैसेंजर है, सब कुछ है। सो दिस वन thing that you carry in your hand has closed so many businesses, and therefore it is very very important for us to understand disruption and हम अपने businesses को कैसे टेक्नोलॉजी के हिसाब से करें। वरना पहले ग्रामोफोन को कैसेट ने बाहर किया, कैसेट को सीडी ने किया, सीडी को डीवीडी ने किया, फिर MP3 प्लेयर्स ने किया, और अभी तो हम गाना यूट्यूब पर ही सुन लेते हैं या डाउनलोड कर लेते हैं। इस नए उभरते भारत में देयर आर मेनी न्यू अपॉर्चुनिटीज एंड देयर इज नो, मैं स्किप कर रहा हूं कुछ स्लाइड्स बिकॉज समय कम है, लेकिन बड़ी क्विकली मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं कि आप सब लोग जो बहुत बेहतरीन एक काम कर चुके हैं, एक निर्णय ले चुके हैं बिजनेस में आने का, आपके पास कुछ ऐसी चीजें हैं जो आपको एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरी बना सकती है। मैं केवल उन चीजों के बारे में बात करूंगा। पहली चीज हमेशा याद रखें, एक्सीलेंस इज नॉट ऑप्शनल, इट इज मैंडेटरी। कुछ भी काम करें, आज अगर मैं हेयर कट के लिए जाता हूं और मेरा अगर हेयर कट ठीक ना हो तो क्या मैं उसके पास दोबारा जाऊंगा? या मैं एक सूट सिलवाने गया और उसने मेरा सूट ठीक नहीं सिला, तो क्या मैं ऐसे शख्स के पास दोबारा जाऊंगा? तो हर चीज में, छोटे से छोटा बिजनेस हो या बड़े से बड़ा हो, क्वालिटी मैंडेटरी है। अगर आपके बिजनेस में क्वालिटी नहीं है तो बिजनेस को होने का तुक ही नहीं है। सो याद रखिए, एक्सीलेंस टुडे इज नॉट ऑप्शनल, इट इज मैंडेटरी। अगर हम 99.9% ठीक हैं तो भी संतुष्ट मत होइएगा, क्योंकि 99.9% ओके में 0.1% की रिजेक्शन है, और 0.1% की रिजेक्शन से अगर आप संतुष्ट हैं तो इसका मतलब 12 एयर एक्सीडेंट हर सप्ताह दिल्ली एयरपोर्ट पे हो जाएं और आप अपनी संतुष्टि दिखाएं। 0.1%। 0.1% rejection also means 1,50,000 babies being dropped by doctors at the time of birth. 1.5 लाख बच्चे डॉक्टर से मर जाएं और डॉक्टर कहे कि केवल 0.1% की रिजेक्शन है। या 500-800 सर्जरीज हर सप्ताह गलत हो जाएं जब डॉक्टर आपके राइट किडनी की जगह लेफ्ट किडनी बाहर निकाल दे और डॉक्टर्स कहें कि केवल 0.1% की रिजेक्शन है। तो अगर हमें 0.1% की रिजेक्शन एयरलाइन से नहीं चाहिए, डॉक्टर से नहीं चाहिए, तो हमारे बिजनेस में भी नहीं होनी चाहिए। 100% ओके। सेकेंड वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग, चूज गुड कंपनी। आपकी कंपनी ये तय करती है कि आप क्या सोचते हैं। कोई भी एक इंसान 5 अपने क्लोजेस्ट लोगों का एवरेज बनता है। आपके जो 5 बेस्ट लोग हैं, आप केवल उसका एक एवरेज बनेंगे। इसीलिए बेस्ट 5 लोगों को अपने साथ रखिए। चूज गुड कंपनी। कहते हैं कि पानी की एक बूंद अगर नाले में गिर जाए तो खो जाती है, वही बूंद अगर किसी फूल पर गिर जाए तो चमकने लगती है, और वही बूंद किसी सीप के मुंह में गिर जाए तो मोती बन जाती है। पानी की बूंद वही है, लेकिन वो किस कंपनी में है ये तय करती है कि उस पानी की बूंद की कीमत क्या है। चूज राइट कंपनी। Third very important thing is that success is only 20% of talent. 80% is intelligence. 80% is application. बहुत टैलेंटेड लोग हैं, बहुत अच्छा गाते हैं, स्टेज पे नहीं गाते, आप बहुत अच्छे पेंटर हैं लेकिन झिझकते हैं और पेंटिंग नहीं करते, तो केवल टैलेंट या दिमाग का होना केवल 20% ही रोल है जिंदगी में। 80% रोल है एप्लीकेशन का। आप उसको कैसे अप्लाई करते हैं अपनी जिंदगी में। तो अपने टैलेंट्स को एक्सप्लोर करिए। आपके मेंटर्स आपका बेस्ट टैलेंट सब। चौथी इंपॉर्टेंट बात है कि ये जो एप्लीकेशन है डिसिप्लिन से आता है। सिर्फ एक ही चीज मैटर करती है। अगर आप मुझसे कहते ना कि आज एक ही चीज बोल के चले जाओ, तो मैं कहता डिसिप्लिन। और डिसिप्लिन का क्या मतलब है कि उस समय जब आपको पसंद नहीं है, आपको बिस्तर से बाहर निकलने का मन नहीं कर रहा सर्दी की वजह से, लेकिन आपको पता है आपने जॉगिंग पर जाना है या मॉर्निंग वॉक पर जाना है या क्रिकेट की प्रैक्टिस के लिए जाना है, और आप जाते हैं, उसे डिसिप्लिन कहते हैं। तो डिसिप्लिन इज मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट। इट प्लेज अ रोल एंड देयरफॉर यू मस्ट इम्बाइब। और कमिट करिए अपने आप को कि आई विल ऑलवेज ऑलवेज कंप्लीट माय वर्क रेगुलरली एंड टाइम। ये एक कमिटमेंट अगर आप लाइफ में ले लेंगे तो आप देखिएगा, मैंने बताया ना 30 साल की जर्नी सिर्फ 5 साल में। पांचवी चीज, एड वैल्यू। अपने कस्टमर को कुछ ऐसा करो कि कस्टमर का दिल जीत लो। दुनिया उस चीज के पैसे देती है जब उन्हें लगता है कि इस चीज में कुछ वैल्यू एडिशन है। तो आप अपने बिजनेस से क्या वैल्यू ऐड करते हैं अपने कस्टमर्स के लिए। और इसीलिए अपने मेंटर से डिस्कस करके अपने बिजनेस की अलग पहचान बनाओ। एक ढाबा चलाएं या एक ब्यूटी पार्लर चलाएं या कुछ भी काम करें, आप एक ऐसी पहचान बनाएं कि लोग कहें कि इस जगह का ये चीज बेहतरीन है। अपने आप को आउटस्टैंडिंग बना लें। सिक्स्थ इज दैट सूनर यू एंजॉय द पर्क्स इन लाइफ, शॉर्टर इज द ड्यूरेशन। जिंदगी में जितनी जल्दी मस्ती करना शुरू कर दोगे, सुख भोगना शुरू कर दोगे, उतना कम समय सुख भोग पाओगे। और जितना लेट करोगे उतना अधिक समय तक आप उन चीजों को एंजॉय कर पाओगे। तो बहुत अर्ली सक्सेस को बहुत जल्दी सेलिब्रेट मत करना, और ये मत सोचना कि जिंदगी में सब पा लिया। जितना डिले करेंगे अपनी रिटायरमेंट को, उतना ज्यादा आसानी से आप कर पाएंगे। सेवंथ, टाइम सबके लिए बराबर। अंबानीज के लिए, अडानीज के लिए, प्रधानमंत्री जी के लिए, आपके लिए, मेरे लिए, सबके जीवन में 24 ही घंटे हैं एक दिन में, और 1 घंटे में 60 ही मिनट, और
हेलो
1 मिनट में 60 सेकंड।
నేను రామ్మోహన్
हम
మాట్లాడుతున్నానండి
उससे क्या करते हैं
మీకు
उस
వినిపిస్తా
60
ఉందా
मिनट में, उस 60 सेकंड
am
में?
I audible to
ये
you
इंपॉर्टेंट। तो
మీకు
टाइम से बड़ा
వినిపిస్తే
रिसोर्स आज तक हुआ ही नहीं।
నేను
कहते हैं कि
ఓకే
अगर 5 साल की कीमत जाननी हो तो उससे मिलो जो चुनाव हार गया हो। अगर 1 साल की कीमत जाननी हो तो उससे पूछो जो एग्जाम में फेल हो गया हो। अगर 1 महीने की कीमत जाननी हो तो उस मां से पूछो जिसका बच्चा 9 महीने से पहले हो गया। अगर 1 महीने, अगर 1 सप्ताह की कीमत
నేను
जाननी हो
రామ్మోహన్ అండి
तो उस वीकली मैगजीन के एडिटर से
today's
पूछो उसकी मैगजीन रुक जाए।
16వ తారీఖు రోజు
1 दिन की कीमत जाननी हो तो उस मजदूर से पूछो
కానీ
जो
నేను
कर्फ्यू वाले दिन
మాట్లాడుతున్నప్పుడు
काम
ఇది
नहीं
నేను
कर सकता। 1 घंटे की कीमत जाननी हो तो वैलेंटाइन डे वाले दिन आप इंतजार जब करते हैं पार्क में, उसी से पूछना। 1 मिनट की कीमत जाननी हो तो उससे पूछना जिसकी ट्रेन मिस हो जाए। 1 सेकंड की कीमत जाननी हो तो उससे पूछना जो एक्सीडेंट में बाल बाल बचा हो। और 1 मिली सेकंड की कीमत जाननी हो तो उससे पूछना जो ओलंपिक की रेस में फर्स्ट की जगह सेकंड आया। The time is the most important thing. Remember, this is what will take you places. और आज के टाइम में तो एक बड़ी बेहतरीन चीज है एक जमाने में राजा का बेटा राजा बनता था, डॉक्टर का बेटा डॉक्टर बनता था, वैद्य का बेटा वैद्य बनता था, पंडित का बेटा पंडित बनता था। आज ऐसा नहीं है। आज एक चाय बेचने वाला देश का प्रधानमंत्री, आज कोई भी एमबीबीएस कर लेगा वो डॉक्टर बनेगा। तो आपके माता पिता, आपकी क्या लेगेसी है, मेक्स नो डिफरेंस। आप अपनी आइडेंटिटी, अपनी पहचान बना सकते हैं। ये आज का वक्त आपको देता है और इसके लिए फायदा उठाइए। 8th, वैल्यू रिलेशनशिप्स। रिलेशनशिप्स हैं जो जिंदगी में आगे ले जाती हैं। अपने मेंटर के साथ एक बेहतरीन फ्रेंडशिप, माता पिता, गाइड, टीचर, सबके कॉम्बिनेशन का एक रिलेशनशिप बनाइए। अपने कस्टमर के साथ रिलेशनशिप बनाइए कि वो मुड़ मुड़ कर आप ही के पास है। Relationships are very, very important and more valuable than anything else in life. And give your customer more than what you ever thought you would. And 9th, keep learning. सीखते रहो और हर रोज कुछ नया सीखो। हर दिन नए नए कानून बदल रहे हैं, नए नए नियम आ रहे हैं, नए नए बिजनेसेस आ रहे हैं, कितना कुछ बदल रहा है, सीखिए। And 10th important thing, prioritize. अपनी प्रायोरिटी तय करो कि नेशन फर्स्ट, एवरीथिंग एल्स लेटर, ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट, रिलीजन रिचुअल्स लेटर, परफॉर्मेंस फर्स्ट, स्पीचेस कैन कम लेटर। सो डिटरमिन ऑन योर प्रायोरिटीज कि आपकी लाइफ की प्रायोरिटीज क्या है। एंड नो वंडर, और आज अगर आपने कुछ भी तय कर लिया और सोच लिया कि आज मैं इन 10 में से क्या चीज अपनाऊंगा, एक या एक से ज्यादा, तो नो वंडर योर फ्यूचर विल थैंक यू फॉर व्हाट यू चोज टू डू टुडे। फ्रेंड्स, वी आर अ वर्ल्ड ऑफ एंटरप्रेन्योर्स। ये भारत के देश की कुछ एंटरप्रेन्योर्स की तस्वीरें हैं। हम अपने ब्रांड खुद क्रिएट कर लेते हैं, हम तो अपने लोगोज भी खुद डिवाइस कर लेते हैं, हमारे अपने इनोवेशंस हैं और हम अपने ढंग से नई नई चीज इजाद करते हैं। वी हैव आवर ओन इनोवेटिव वेज ऑफ गोइंग अहेड। वी हैव आवर ओन लॉजिस्टिक्स। हम एक रास्ता अपने लिए खुद तय कर लेते हैं। वी हैव आवर ओन जेन नेक्स्ट। वी फाइंड आवर ओन सॉल्यूशंस टू आवर प्रॉब्लम्स। We have our own simplicity. We create our own banners and advertisements. We have our own goals and we look at our own dreams and realize our own dreams. Friends, all I can say is that it's always about what opportunities you find around. It's always about your passion. And it's always about the planned, focused approach and action that will take you ahead in life. When I was young, I was told of Murphy's Law. If anything can go wrong, it will. But I believe that you should create your own law. If anything can go wrong, fix it. To hell with mercy. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to request Mr. Subhash Malik to hand over the memento to Mr. Rajiv Chawla. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause for Mr. Rajiv Chawla. And thank you so much, sir, for lightening all of us through your motivation speaking. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's move forward. Please make sure that you have collected your drop packs from the registration counter. Inside the pack, you will find a coupon. And please open the coupon and drop one part of it into the lucky dip box, which is kept at the entrance, and retain the other part with you. The 3 lucky winners will be announced from the draw at the end of the program. Also, along with this, in the pack, you will find a seed pen. This is made up of recycled paper and this can be planted into the soil after you finished using. So now we are going to take a tea break for next 15 minutes and requesting everyone to please be here again by 11:30 a.m. Thank you so much.
हेलो चेक, हेलो टेस्टिंग, वो दवाई हेलो चेक, हेलो टेस्टिंग, हेलो, ठीक है ना। अब ये दोनों चालू हो गए। इससे एक दिन जो सुनो जो नहीं
हेलो 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 आवाज हेलो 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 आ जाना चेक करना कम आ रही है हेलो हेलो एक तो इसका ही फर्क पड़ रहा मॉनिटर सिंगल है ना यहाँ ज्यादा है उधर जाते ही कम हो रहा है या तो जब बंदी कर दो यार मैं तभी कह रहा था दो रखने चाहिए आवाज थोड़ा ऐसा लग रहा है मैम कि वो स्पीकर ही नहीं चल रहा है इसकी वजह से वहाँ जाने पर एक बार बहुत
लेफ्ट का मतलब तो लेफ्ट का मतलब राइट की काम होता है ना कि अभी ऐसे हाँ
Hello, 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 check.
आ रही है ना
Hello, 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 check, check, one to check. Hello, check, one to check. Hello, check, hello, hello, check, one to check. Hello, 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 check. Hello, 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 check, hello, 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 check, check, one to check. Hello.
Check. Ladies and gentlemen, attention please. Entrepreneurs, those who are from Faridabad, Sikar and Gurgaon. Once again, entrepreneurs from Faridabad, Sikar and Gurgaon are requested to shift to the Tagore Hall, which is out at the right side of the exit. Our volunteers will guide you. Thank you so much. Once again, requesting all the entrepreneurs from Faridabad, Sikar and Gurgaon to kindly shift to Tagore Hall, which is on the right side of this hall. Thank you so much. एंटरप्रेन्योर्स जो फरीदाबाद सीकर और गुड़गांव से आए हैं उनसे रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूंगी कि आप सभी टैगोर हॉल में जो कि इस हॉल के राइट साइड में है आप सब वहां जल्द से जल्द पहुंचे थैंक यू I request all the guests to be seated for the next session. We are starting shortly.
I'm Amruta Vasant Mangle, an entrepreneur supported by Bharatiya Yuva Shakti Trust and the winner of Young Entrepreneur of the Year Award 2020 by Youth Business International, London.
Today, there are increasing opportunities for women to become successful entrepreneurs, but there are still barriers for many. And for the best chance, entrepreneurs need an expert mentor that will support them to sustain their enterprise.
I have created a versatile company, Hindavi Solution Private Limited, involved in development, production, and marketing of specialty adhesives. We are the adhesive experts.
With our ultimate adhesive Bistofix, we have successfully served many industries. We offer a complete range of prime-grade raw materials, transforming products into brands, like glue and color pigments for DOPP tape manufacturing. And raw materials for printing industry in the form of printing ink. To cater to maximum industries, we have scaled our production and manufacturing unit and launched a variety of product lines in succession, like lamination adhesives, sticker adhesives, paint emulsions and acrylics, cyanoacrylates instant adhesives, synthetic rubber adhesives, stationery glues, waterproofing liquid, PVC adhesives, synthetic resin adhesives, and a host of other products for various industries. We make sure that our research and development is always up to date. and we maintain perfect conditions in our manufacturing processes, which ensures that our products always remain best in class. We strictly monitor the quality of our BOPP tape adhesives and perform a range of tests to determine the strength of adhesion. We are proud of the strength of our adhesives, and its performance is unmatched in real-world applications. For example, our water-based adhesives, PVC adhesives, cyanoacrylates instant adhesives. Wherever you go, whatever we do, you will see signs of our strong bond. Our product offers strength to your products. Come, let's form a partnership of trust and strength.
If you would like to know more about my business, please contact Hindu Solution Private Limited. If you think your business could benefit from the support of BYST, please contact BYST here.
नमस्कार मित्रांनो, मी विलास
Ladies and gentlemen, I request all the guests to be seated for the next session. We are starting right now. Welcome back, everyone. I welcome everyone to Plenary 1, focused on nurturing grampreneurs to embrace environmental, social, and governance (ESG) aspects in their business. I would like to call upon our speakers for the plenary, Mr. Sunil Kant Munjal, Mr. Pankaj Pachori, Dr. Ramjas Yadav, Mr. Ashok Khosla, Ms. Seema Arora, Mr. Ratnesh Jha, and Mr. Sumesh Girhotaro to occupy the dais. I welcome and introduce Mr. Sunil Kant Munjal, Chairman, Hero Enterprise, to set the context. Mr. Sunil Kant Munjal, the current Chairman of Hero Enterprise. His investment office has made strategic investments in several areas, ranging from e-commerce to hospitality. He also supports startups and mature businesses in digital learning, transportation, healthcare, women empowerment, education, financial services, consumer-facing businesses, etc. The investment office runs a portfolio of structured debt, public market investments, and private equity investments in India for global markets. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning. And let me compliment BYST and Lakshmi on setting up this amazing event, not just physically here, but also, I'm told, digitally across many parts of the country right now. I think the question we need to ask ourselves is, why is this? May I request for a little bit of, can you hear me at the back? No.
Requesting to please increase the volume of mic.
Can you hear me now? Yes? Thank you. Please take your seats quickly. I was saying I'd like to compliment BYST and Lakshmi and the team for setting up this outstanding event in a most timely manner. And it is important right now that we ask ourselves, what is our responsibility as individual citizens, as institutions, as corporates, as foundations, as groups of people.
नमस्कार नमस्कार मित्रांनो, थोडा ऐकू येत असेल? हॅलो.
Okay, all right. So I think the role that BYST has played is important from multiple perspectives. One, in a country like ours, we need to ensure that there is sustainable economic opportunity available for every family, that each family is able to live a quality of life with the minimum standard of living. Because it seems almost unfair to live in a country or live in the world where you can have the possibility of living a high quality of life, and yet there are many individuals, millions in fact in our country, who are unable to get 2 square meals a day. So one is a social requirement. 2, we also have the possibility, if we can create more and more enterprises, that instead of job seekers, in addition to job seekers, you are creating those who are actually giving jobs, creating jobs, and multiplying jobs, which then becomes, and I'm talking of the self-enlightened interest of Indian corporates now. It is in the interest of corporates as well that this activity multiplies and grows. Because these become, as they become more prosperous, they become wealthier, they live a better quality of life, they become consumers of goods and services produced by the companies. So it's actually a virtuous cycle that gets created. At the same time, in countries where you see low employment or high unemployment, you also see a direct linkage to crime rate going up. So I can tell you about 6 or 7 different perspectives why this is an absolutely important, imperative, and a critical activity for us as a nation. So congratulations to all of you, because you are the leaders. You are those who picked up the flag and are running with this. You are demonstrating that entrepreneurship is not limited to a few, but in a nation which for centuries, actually millennia, has been a global leader in entrepreneurship, we are just coming back to where we were, not too far back. And again, in the life of a nation, a few hundred years is not too long. At the end of the Mughal period, when the British came into India, India had 23% world trade. Actually, 25% world trade and 23% global GDP in one country, one nation alone. So as I say, what goes around comes around. So for us as Indians, I think it is a matter of genuine pride that we are seeing the entrepreneurship kick back into the system. What part of entrepreneurship is also becoming special is that a lot of this
पहिला सेशन चाललाय आता.
is addressing real needs.
फर्स्ट सेशन चालू आहे.
Real need at the very grassroots itself. Meeting the social need of products and services. There are many challenges, however, and I will just come to those. One, which is a critical one, which is being addressed in this session today, is how do you develop, how do you grow while ensuring that you're not only not damaging the ecosystem and the environment, but you're actually enhancing and improving it. And by the way, it is possible to do. There is now enough knowledge, enough technology, enough equipment, but not enough easy financing available for this. So the 2 things. One is for us to find access to those technologies and systems. Second is to ensure that we are able to afford to install them, to put in place systems which will actually benefit. Part of it comes from our own nature and our behavior, how we behave at home, what kind of conversations we are having with our children and with our elders, what is the conversation we have with our friends and colleagues. Are we ensuring that wastage actually gets minimized? The old system we used to say reduce, reuse. So reduce usage
of those things that you can, reuse those you can, recycle wherever it's possible. And it is possible because we have seen now in tens of thousands of examples how plastics can be recycled, metals can be recycled, things can be used more intelligently. And I think that direction of behavior of the world is an important one for us to note and ensure that over a period of time, we are not just following that we actually lead this race. I'm sure you must be aware that in installing solar power, India is, while it's not the largest, India is the fastest growing country in the world. Our Prime Minister had made a statement at the recent COP27 conference saying that India will become net carbon zero by 2070. By the way, it is a very ambitious goal. At the pace we are going, I'm hoping it will happen earlier. Now, this is at 32,000 feet level. What makes a difference is what we do, what each one of us does every day in our lives. Which is why I think having this conversation amongst a group of individuals who are making an impact on business, on society, at whatever scale, this is the true benefit of having the conversation like this in a group that will be able to make a difference on the ground. And you must do it consciously, so much so that it becomes second nature. You do not then have to think about it. I think that is important. What I do find is the younger generation today clearly is showing more awareness than we did earlier. And that is a wonderful sign. Telling parents not to use fireworks at Diwali, telling people to keep water clean, telling people how to walk in. And by the way, I just want to make sure we understand this is not only about pollution. This is about social behavior as well. That is why ESG covers a very wide canvas. So I can give you some examples of some of the things that we have done. I can give you just a couple of examples of what we did in our companies and what we try and do ourselves. And the conversations we have, since in the introduction, it was mentioned that our investment office invests in early stage companies. This is one of the important conversations we always have with them. We will only invest in companies which demonstrate this behavior and the capability to enhance it through their businesses. This is one of the prerequisites that we have. We also want the company and the business to make a massive positive social impact. That it must have a positive fallout in whatever goods or services they provide. They need to demonstrate the ability to become leaders over a period of time in their chosen fields. We like people who use lateral thinking, who think a little bit out of the box, who come up with new ideas, but people who are practical, people who understand how to deal with other people. Because eventually, we must remember, all of this is only about people. It is not about fancy headlines. It is not about making beautiful buildings and highways. Of course, that is important. But eventually, all of that serves the need of people, and nations are nothing but a collection of people. People of all kinds, all backgrounds. And that is why it is important that the conversation on ESG is a conversation that is held across every segment of society, in every nation, in every country. And we learn from each other. We learn where our shortcomings are and use that as an energy to continuously improve ourselves. And by the way, there's no shame in learning from anyone. We must also remember that early stage companies, startups will also have failure. So one more social behavioral change that I have been suggesting and recommending is to accept failure in our stride. It is a part of learning. Actually, it's the most important part of learning. It is established right now in India that 9 out of 10 startups do fail. So for all of us in society, it's important not to put a permanent black mark on them, but to demonstrate that that same learning and that energy can be redeployed to become more productive for us as individuals and certainly for us as a nation. So thank you, Pankaj, for coordinating this, and my compliments for putting together an amazing panel and a set of conversations during the conference. I hope we will all benefit from this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to call upon Mr. Pankaj Pachori, founder, Go News India, to moderate today's panel discussion on nurturing grantpreneurs to embrace ESG. Mr. Pankaj Pachori is a print and broadcast journalist with more than 3 decades of editorial and management experience in print and electronic media across 3 continents. He has worked in Delhi, London, Boston, Hong Kong with leading news organizations such as NDTV, BBC UK, Public Radio International, US, India Today, India and UK, The Sunday Observer, and The Patriot. For over 2 years, he has worked as communications advisor to the Prime Minister of India, Dr. Manmohan Singh, assisting his office in managing national and international media. We are very glad to have you, sir. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Mr. Munjal, for making my job very easy, because you actually set up what we are going to talk about now in the next about 45 minutes. And thank you, Bharatiya Yuva Shakti Trust, for organizing this. Right now, you may be hearing some voices in Tamil or Telugu or some other language. This is being watched by more than 1,200 people across. Not being watched, they are participating in it. And it is being translated in 6 different languages in the country. So it's not just room. We are very thankful for all of you to come here and participate in this, and also to all the people across India who are doing this. BYST vision is basically to train 1 million, that's 10 lakh entrepreneurs in the coming years through 2 lakh. And create about 5 crore, 50 million jobs. And it's a very onerous and very honorable target. And I think in the leadership of Mr. Bhargav, Subodh Bhargav here, and Lakshmi ji, they will be able to achieve that target. That's very important. Now, empowering grassroots startups for sustainable development. That's the subject of our discussion today. And we are so glad that we have some of the top people from decision-making bodies, international agencies, banks, corporate sector here to answer questions and to also share with us their experiences in how ESG has been so important. Sunil ji, he articulated that why it's important in a long run, it has been, but we haven't seen an urgency until now. And now we are catching up with something because we have a global awareness about the subject. This year, the good news now, and it is from Harvard Business School, that this year when the Harvard Business School opened its session for postgrads, the largest number of applications were to join their ESG program. And why? And this is the motivation for people who are sitting here on the corporate side, the government agencies, and for people who are watching us who are going to benefit from this. Because the buzz in business circles in America is that there's going to be almost $500 billion, which is $500 billion, going to be earmarked by investors globally in the next 10 years for under ESG investments. So that's the motivation for the businesses. Now this money is going to come into businesses to India, to larger corporations, and finally, with the help of NGOs like BYST, is going to go down to people who are attending this seminar here. So if you are asking me that why we are doing this, you are not doing it before. He said it very well that it's for our future because the planet is getting ravaged. But it also makes now very good business sense. There's $500 billion which is earmarked. And if we act and work with in a planned strategy, it's not only going to get the planet better, but it also makes very good business sense. I'll start my questions. First of all, we will just do 5 minutes each for all the panelists, so they can articulate their opening remarks, so to say. And then we'll have a question answer session, and there will be also a Q&A. So anyone, anywhere in the country who has a question, please send it on your WhatsApp group to your team leader. And I'll start with the Punjab and Sindh Bank Executive Director, Dr. Ranjas Yadav, and your 5 minutes.
Am I audible? Yeah, thank you so much. Let's come to the stage. See, today's the theme of the session is nurturing grameners to embrace ESG. There are two keywords, grameners as well as ESG. And I will confine the 5 minutes on the 3 angles or 3 dimensions. What this gramener is, what ESG, and why it requires and how we can make it possible and we can make on happening on the earth. So gramener means the very micro entrepreneurs, because the India and its soul still lives in the rural. And if I say in India context, 6,74,369 villages, which constitutes around 67% of the household of the country, and around 69% of the total population which lies in the rural area. And if we cannot make them the part of the growth or the inclusive growth, we cannot just realize our dream what we think about. So that's why the reason that I think the theme has been taken very relevant. We require to nurture the grapreneurs, the micro enterprises, who are the backbone of this country to take forward. And why ESG? It may be in corporate governance and other things that ESG looks to be very big, but I, being a very rural lad, I understand ESG in a very simple way. Environment, social, and governance. I require the clear environment to breathe. I require that good, strong networks to be a social person. And I require the good honesty and value in myself or in my organizations to prove myself that I am a value-oriented individual and organization. These all 3 can be imbibed in any kind of organization or company in a different way, but to understand in a very simple, these are the 3 things we require for. And why we require this? As I already explained, that it is because of we are 69% household has in the small towns and villages. And moreover, to happen the inclusive growth in the country, we require to integrate and to bring them all under the umbrella of the structured economy. And moreover, we require these grapreneurs because they are today's MSC, micro and small entrepreneurs, which is going to become the tomorrow's MNC. So if I want to see my country a very young country with a very strong MSC, then I require to nurture them. So this is the reason behind it. And how can I do it? Very quickly. See, unless we don't have the blood in the body, I think it is very difficult to circulate the entire things in the body. Similarly, in the organization, in the business, if we don't have the money in the business, I think it will be very difficult to realize the dream that how can I run for. So I am here as a banker to help you all out and explain certain kind of myth which a banker has and which an entrepreneur has. Why the bankers are not giving the loans to the micro entrepreneurs? They always have fever that ABC. They are not aware about the rules. Then bankers say they don't have the bookkeeping and records and balance sheet and blah blah. And finally, they say they don't have the collateral. So these three are the myths which a banker has. But I would like to clear it. It is not that I am speaking against the bankers because I am bankers, but I will try to prove you on the ground of PMMY. You might have heard Prime Minister Mudra Yojana, which is a very for the micro entrepreneurs. Since the start of this scheme in 2015, so far the banks put together could give the loan of around 38 crores entrepreneurs and around 21.02 trillion amounts as loans. If I come on their honesty and on their capacity, there is only 3.05% NPA bad loan. And I can assure you, none of the bank is having the NPA, gross NPA lesser than 5% as far as it goes to the corporate loan. So why should I not love my micro entrepreneurs? Because I want to make my bank and my organization sustainable and country for tomorrow. So we are here. I will not take much time because 5 minutes is a very confined for me, but I will try to love to respond your questions whenever it comes to me. So with this one, I think, sir, I am confining myself 5 minutes, but I will be ready and happy to respond your questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Yadav. That was one part of that $500 billion we are talking about, which will come through banks. And you talked about the blood circulation. So the money is going to flow from international MNCs and wherever in the world through banks like that and through schemes like what he's talking about. So that's very important. And I'd like to say also, again, say that earlier ESG, green issues was part of our doing good business ethics. Now it's not just that. Everyone says, "Bhuke bhajan na hot gopala." So here is a small entrepreneur somewhere in Odisha, and you are telling him you better, align your business with ESG. No, he said कि पहले पेट भरेगा उसके बाद में भजन होगा. But this is also bhajan and bhojan both. That is what is important for a small entrepreneur. Thank you very much, Doctor, for doing that. And our next speaker is Sumesh Girotra, who's an investment professional from British High Commission, and the UK government, which has a very intense and long partnership with BYST here under the Prince's Trust, which has now become the King's Trust. So you can imagine how long it takes. A prince has become a king. And so he's going to talk about what have been their plans earlier in the past and what the future holds. Thank you. Please.
Thank you very much, Pashari Saab. So I think if there is one thing that separates an entrepreneur from the rest of the world, if there is one trait that stands out, it's courage. It's courage to fail, courage to stand up again, and courage to follow your dreams and make them into reality. My esteemed panelists, distinguished guests, speakers, a very good afternoon to all of you. I represent the British government here. I'm part of the British High Commission. Under the British High Commission, we have a portfolio of about 2.5 billion, which is about approximately 25,000 crores. A lot of that money, while this money could be very, very small given the size and scale of India, but we have tried to route this money to help and support micro, small and medium enterprises in the country. We have a pact, a MOU with Government of India, a 10-year roadmap. We call the 10-year 2030 roadmap. There are two aspects which stand out in that roadmap. Number one, entrepreneurship. Number two, technology. So these are the two pillars on which our roadmap really stands. Supporting entrepreneurship, not just the large corporates, but also micro, small and medium enterprises. And the second aspect is technology. We look at technology as a big disruptor, which can help India and the world achieve development goals. through our investment funds, both directly as part of government of UK and also through our subsidiary, which is better known as British International Investment, BII. We have supported around 55 funds, a lot of them in partnership with Government of India institutions like State Bank of India, SIDBI, NIIF, and the others. The approach in India for the government of UK has been to partner with these government institutions and create funds, which can in turn support micro, small, and medium enterprises, as we spoke about. I'll not go into the details of all the results and all that has been done under the partnership. But ESG, given the topic we have on hand is ESG, has been very front and center of our work. To the extent, I think Mr. Munjal spoke about ESG and how corporate sector needs to adopt ESG. ESG, to the extent that even our fund managers' remuneration is linked to the performance of different corporates on ESG. So ESG is really front and center of what we do. Coming to BYST, our partnership with BYST, something that we are really, really proud of. And we were sharing with colleagues, we started our partnership at the right time, just before COVID. And the last and the most difficult period of the partnership has been the COVID times, where everything shifted to virtual. But we are really proud that the progress on ground remained very practically driven and very, very realistically. And we are very proud to see today a number of new MOUs, new partnerships getting started. We are really proud of our partnership with BYST and what is being achieved on ground. And we would really like to support and encourage new partners to take forward their partnership with BYST and take it to different scale, something that can really meet India's needs. Finally, I would like to really wish BYST, Lakshmi, and the entire all the best for their future endeavors. Thank you.
Pankaj, to your point about the Prince and the King Charles, I would like to mention here that only recently, before the COP27 conversation, he had hosted a reception where I was delighted to see Lakshmi also there at the reception. So clearly, the importance of what is being done here is being recognized at amongst the highest places. So each of you are actually playing a role. And I have to compliment Mr. Subodh Bhargav, who was there right at the start of this journey as well, who is currently chairing this initiative. So my compliments and good wishes on this amazing work that's being done.
Very good. Thanks for that, and thanks for reminding us also that we are just not sitting here. There are a lot of people who are watching us all over the country, and I would like to say hello to all, and I'd like also all of you to say hello.
Yes, hello to everyone.
Hello to everyone and all the best.
Good afternoon. Very pleased to be here. Hello to everyone.
Hello to everyone. It's really powerful to note so many people are there concerned about these issues.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And you may not be here, all of you, but you will be heard. Your questions will be answered. And the next person we are calling to talk about ESG and its future in India, at least on a large scale, is Shri Ratnesh Jha, who's currently Executive Director, UN Global Compact Network in India. And this is like not UN, but a small UN type meeting, which is going on about 6 languages across the country. Shri Ratnesh Jha.
धन्यवाद पचौरी साहब. मैं सोचा एक ट्रांसलेटर का तो काम हल्का कर दूं. तो मुंजाल साहब, सीमा जी, यादव जी, आप सब आए हैं. इस मतलब मौका बहुत ही शुभ है, लेकिन चिंतनीय ये है कि 1960 के दशक से ही हम मानवता इस खतरे से तो अनजान नहीं थी. कई रिपोर्ट्स आए, क्लब ऑफ रोम रिपोर्ट आए, ब्रंटलैंड कमीशन रिपोर्ट आई, और हिंदुस्तान में भी कई तरह के वैज्ञानिकों ने हमें आगाह किया, लेकिन हम उस चीज को इग्नोर करते रहे कि आज ये स्थिति आ गई है कि हर हफ्ते कुछ न कुछ भयावह, कुछ न कुछ खतरनाक हमें देखने को मिलता है। तो ऐसी स्थिति आने दी हमने, और तब भी अगर हम नहीं जागे तो धिक्कार है हम पे। और आप सब यूथ जो यहाँ पे बैठे हो, मैं बहुत ही खुश हूँ कि आप सब यहाँ बड़ी संख्या में उपस्थित हो हमें सुनने के लिए। लेकिन सुनने से अधिक आप लोगों को करना होगा। क्या करना होगा? कोई बहुत बड़ी बड़ी लंबी चौड़ी रिपोर्ट की बात नहीं कर रहा हूं मैं। अपने दैनिक जीवन में हम क्या बदलाव ला सकते हैं, कैसे हम अपने आप को फ्रॉम अ वेग्रेंट कंज्यूमर टू अ रिस्पॉन्सिबल ग्लोबल सिटीजन, ये जो जर्नी है ना, ये बहुत छोटे छोटे स्टेप से शुरू होती है। और अर्ली मॉर्निंग पानी बचाते हुए अपना काम करना से लेके रात को एसी का टेम्परेचर कितने पे सेट करना है, पूरा दिनचर्या जो है हमारी सब एक एक व्यक्ति की। और इसी से जोड़ता हूँ फिर जो ग्रामप्रेन्योर की बात हो रही है इस सत्र में। तो ग्रामप्रेन्योर क्या है? वो भी एक ग्लोबल सिटीजन है। जैसे मुंजाल साहब रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं कॉर्पोरेट सेक्टर को, एक बड़ी इकाई है, उसी तरह से एक व्यक्ति या अधिक से अधिक एक दो और लोगों को उसने अगर एम्प्लॉय कर रखा है और जिसको पंजाब एंड सिंध बैंक लोन देने के लिए सहज तैयार है, तो मुझे लगता है अगर वो भी अपनी प्रॉफिट और कॉस्ट इन सबको अगर ठीक से आकलन करेगा, तभी जाके हम एक समष्टि के लेवल पे, तभी जाके हम अपना जो जीरो एमिशन का टारगेट जो मोदी जी ने 2070 का दिया है, वो हम तभी हासिल कर पाएंगे। अब इस सब में मैं कहाँ आता हूँ? तो मैं यूएन की एक संस्था है जिसका नाम है यूनाइटेड नेशंस ग्लोबल कॉम्पैक्ट। ये एक बिजनेस कॉल टू एक्शन है। 1999 में कोफी अन्नान साहब जो हमारे सेक्रेटरी जनरल थे, उन्होंने ये अवधारणा की कि यूएन जो है गवर्नमेंट के साथ तो बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहा है 45 से, लेकिन प्राइवेट सेक्टर का जो योगदान है उसको यूएन को एक मंच, यूएन को एक प्रॉपर मंच देना चाहिए कि प्राइवेट सेक्टर जो योगदान कर रहा है उसको हम कैसे अपने विश्व के रिपोर्ट में आकलन करें। तो इंडिया में मुझे बहुत खुशी है बताते हुए कि इंडिया ने उस कॉल टू एक्शन को, मतलब इंडिया के बिजनेस लीडर्स ने उस कॉल टू एक्शन को सबसे पहले लिया। और हमारी जो भारत की जो शाखा है यूएन ग्लोबल कॉम्पैक्ट की, वो सबसे पुरानी है और विश्व में प्रथम लीगली रिकॉग्नाइज्ड शाखा है। और अभी भी वन ऑफ द टॉप 10 जब जिक्र होता है तो भारत का नाम आता है यूएन ग्लोबल कॉम्पैक्ट के नाम। और जितने हम यहाँ स्कोप कॉम्प्लेक्स में बैठे हैं, तो जितने भी पीएसयूज हैं वो सब हमारे इसमें रिप्रेजेंटेड हैं, जितने भी बड़ी कंपनियां हैं वो सब हैं। और इसके साथ साथ मुझे खुशी है कि BYST और इस तरह की जो ग्रास रूट की जो संस्था है वो भी हमारी सदस्य हैं। तो ये रेंज है हमारा। अब हमारा उद्देश्य क्या है? उद्देश्य ये है कि जो भी संस्था, जो भी इकाई, जो भी उद्योग, जो भी व्यापार अगर चाहे तो उसको हम एक वैश्विक मंच प्रदान करते हैं। उसके साथ कंधे से कंधा मिला के ऑन द ग्राउंड हम इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के लिए मदद करते हैं। और अब आपके जो सवाल आएंगे, क्योंकि 5 मिनट का ही समय है, तो उन सवाल के माध्यम से मैं और विस्तार से बता सकता हूं कि हम कैसे इस मुहिम में आप सबों के साथ जुड़े हुए हैं, कदम से कदम मिला रहे हैं। लेकिन पहला कदम आप लोगों को लेना है। हम अपना जो भी तकनीकी विमर्श है, जो भी हमारी शक्ति है, उसके साथ आपके साथ खड़े हैं। लेकिन जो चेतना है वो हम सब के अंदर, एक एक व्यक्ति के अंदर जब तक नहीं आएगी, ये कोई डिक्टेट से या कोई कानून पास कर देने से नहीं होगा। जब तक हम सब अपने दैनिक जीवन में किन चीजों का हम उपयोग करते हैं। और यूरोप की बहुत तारीफ हो रही है इस क्षेत्र में, वो इसलिए हो रही है, वहां कंज्यूमर्स जो है दे वोट विद देयर फीट, दे डोंट बाय थिंग्स। जहां पूरा आपका चेन जो है, वैल्यू चेन और जो सप्लाई चेन में अगर वो स्पष्टता नहीं है तो वो रिजेक्ट कर देते हैं। तो वो स्थिति अगर हम आएगी, तभी जो है मांग और आपूर्ति दोनों का जब संतुलन होगा, और दोनों में क्लाइमेट फ्रेंडली, क्लाइमेट अवेयर जब तक हम स्टेप्स नहीं लेंगे। और इसके लिए हम कई प्रशिक्षण कार्यक्रम, कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग कार्यक्रम, वर्क स्ट्रीम्स के माध्यम से हम बहुत सारा काम कर रहे हैं, बहुत सारी विशेषज्ञता है उपलब्ध, और हम आपको आश्वस्त करते हैं कि जहां जहां उद्योग, जहां जहां जिस किसी भी लेवल का अगर किसी टेक्नोलॉजी या अगर किसी फंडिंग, किसी भी चीज की जरूरत होगी तो उसके लिए यूएन ग्लोबल कॉम्पैक्ट जो है उनके साथ खड़ा है। धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much, Ratnesh. And as he explained about getting a green understanding, a climate-friendly understanding in our day-to-day behavior as a consumer. And as a consumer, it's easier, but as a small entrepreneur, it's much more difficult because you know in the supply chain, how do you package things? If someone is making papads in Gujarat and using plastic, then how do you overcome that? And for that, you need a very large interaction with the section of the society, which only NGOs like Bharatiya Yuva Shakti Trust can do. And also, now we are joined by Dr. Ashok Khosla, who is chair of the Board of Development Alternatives Group. And he also has many such initiatives for entrepreneurs, micro and small. And they've been training on how to make environment-friendly bricks and how to make environment-friendly packaging. And he joins us now on Zoom. Dr. Khosla, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can all hear you. Thank you for joining us. You're welcome here. And I'd just like to say that you may get some feedback in Tamil or Telugu or Odia in your ears. So just we'd like you to speak for 5 minutes about your own experiences in this and what is there to offer to millions of entrepreneurs who want to hear from people who've been working on this field for so many decades.
Thank you so much, Pankaj. I am at the moment supposed to be in Delhi with you, but and wasn't able to get to Delhi this morning as I had planned. The flights are a bit of a mess, and I don't know what time I'll get back. So please forgive me for not being there in person. I am here in Bhopal for a meeting of the G20, in which I was basically saying the same things that I'm going to share with you just now, which is how to create jobs, how to create sustainable livelihoods and jobs that will create a better life for people, as well as produce the goods and services that they need, and at the same time, open up possibilities for cooperation among different countries, between different parts of each country. And so I hope you will forgive me for not having been able to reach Delhi on time. For the last 40 years, our organization, Development Alternatives, has actually been concentrating on creating such jobs. These are jobs, we call them sustainable livelihoods because they are green, they're good for the environment, they're also inclusive, which is a bit of a misnomer, but they're good for people who got left behind, who don't have jobs, and they are good for society, building communities, building up a society that is good for the future generations. The work that we've done over the last 40 years has highlighted many of the things that we need to do in order for this to be done on a large scale at low cost. If you read the newspapers, the headlines are all about how much GDP growth we have, how much stock market indexes are rising, how much FDI, foreign direct investment, is coming in, how much trade we are doing. But none of them recognizes that basically creating jobs with big industry of the kind that we're doing most of our work with involves a huge amount of capital. And that's the one scarce commodity that we have. We have plenty of labor, but we don't have that much capital. And what happens basically is that if you're setting up a big factory, it doesn't matter if it's a refinery or a consumer goods factory or whatever that the present system promotes, it costs something of the order of $1 million, and usually it's in dollars because it's overseas purchases, to create one workplace, to create one job. And that kind of capital is not really possible. We now have to create jobs at 1,000th that much. In fact, if we don't create jobs at a capital investment of $100 to $200, and that means about 10,000 to 50,000 rupees, we are not going to be able to meet the needs of the labor market. The issue that I think I would like to share with you is that the largest number of jobs in our economy is created by a section of industry which doesn't have a name, which doesn't actually exist in the minds of bankers, governments, policymakers, and so on. We have money and programs to promote micro enterprises, which are usually 1, 2, 3, 4 people, have a boss, an entrepreneur, and maybe 2 or 3 workers. We have money for what is called small, and that may be from 100 to 1,000 workers with a capital investment in the range of several crores. And then there is medium and large. Having ruled out the large and the medium on the grounds that they don't create very many jobs, and the cost of creating a job is very high, that leaves us with the lower end, which is micro and small. Now, micro is very small, and it's a perfectly good section of industry. There are literally hundreds of millions of people, particularly women around the world, who will tell you how important micro is. It's a household industry which can easily be started by people and produces goods and services that are needed in the local economy. And then there's small, which in a country like India is still quite large. It would be an industry with more than 100 people, with a capital investment of several crores, and not all people can manage that kind of asset base, that kind of investment. The important part of the industrial sector that really creates large numbers of jobs is what I would put between the micro and the small. And we, in our own organization, term it mini. Mini is something bigger than micro and smaller than small. And these are industries that are of a very different kind. They need a lot of support. They can be green and inclusive in a way that none of the others can be, provided they have support systems. And these supports are in the form of technology and finance and marketing and management systems. And in order for that to happen, you have to create a business ecosystem that automatically supports both in supplying raw materials and in taking off the products that come out of these enterprises. Many enterprises do not exist in the vocabulary of the banking system. So in fact, when there's an entity that has no name, what happens is that it gets forgotten, that there are no facilities to support it. And essentially, we feel that the largest number of jobs can be created by these entities in the range of what we call mini, and they need a lot more support in terms of financing and technology. The technology would be called frugal because it's small and usually very innovative and very efficient, because it uses local materials and for local markets. It doesn't need huge support systems, but it does need to be supported. And the kind of ecosystems that are needed, business ecosystems that are needed for supporting mini enterprises are actually very different from what we have. And they usually have to be low cost, which means that neither government nor big private sector can afford to set them up. They are essentially supported by what are called social enterprises, enterprises that work in the marketplace, but have social objectives, primarily to support mini enterprises. And I think it's very important for us now to recognize the strong role that civil society, that NGOs have to play in order for these mini businesses to survive and grow. So I would like really to round off, Pankaj, the story that I've just told you by saying that the future of Indian business lies essentially in getting into this bracket of enterprises. And as I was saying to the delegates to the G20 from all over the world, that, you know, this may sound Gandhian, but if it doesn't work in India, then, where will it work? The approach that we now need is to examine how our systems can support enterprises that are good for people, good for prosperity, and really good for the planet. And I think the idea of mini enterprises needs to be promoted. And I want to thank Lakshmiji and BYST for having given me a chance to share these ideas with you. Thank you.
We hope your flight takes off. Thank you very much. We can see people in the background, and thank you with all your experience in working in this area of sustainability and creating jobs, which are two things which we really need. But right now the lines are blurred. What we need more, sustainability or employment? We need actually both, and we need a lot of it, because India right now is, as we say, in the sweet spot. In spite of all the problems globally we are facing, the corporates are having healthy profits. Things are better than the rest of the world. So that's one voice you hear from all the business news channels and corporate meetings. We have a Davos meeting going on right now, and we all hope that they also put their money where their mouth is. Because we've been talking about it, and there was no snow in Davos last week, which is very frequent. Last but not the least, and I've been waiting for that for a while, because we have Ms. Seema Arora, who's been involved in this activity for more than 2 decades. She's Deputy Director General, CII, is Principal Counselor and Head of CII ITC Center for Excellence for Sustainable Development. And as you know, CII and ITC have done a remarkable job in focusing on this particular area. So would you like to speak from here or there? Thank you, Seema. Thank you, Pachal. And meanwhile, please keep your questions ready, because I've got a whole list which I don't want to ask.
Good afternoon, everyone, and very, very honored to be here. Thank you, Lakshmi, for this opportunity. Everyone knows CII, and I'm really honored to be here in the presence of 2 of our past presidents, Mr. Bhargav and Mr. Sunil Kant Manchal. So thank you very much. Now, BYST plays a critical and a pivotal role, as Mr. Munjal was saying, in bridging this employment gap by recasting the job seekers into job creators. So I want to definitely welcome all of you as job creators. Welcome, and you're doing such a wonderful task. However, we do know that achieving this transition is a challenge by itself. And it's really a challenge, what was mentioned, of finances, of getting the right capacity, of training the people on entrepreneurship, better market information, technological inputs. These are just few challenges. There are so many challenges. But I think BYST has stood out in helping millions of young job seekers with their hidden entrepreneurial spirit to face these challenges. And their mentorship program, which I know a little bit about, has really helped in this cause. I think the mobilization that BYST undertakes is necessary to create an empowering ecosystem by unleashing the potential, the enthusiasm, energy, and ambition of thousands of entrepreneurs, especially those at the bottom of the pyramid. And I think it is in this ecosystem precisely where the ESG must be rooted. The environment, social governance aspects that this particular plenary is talking about, it's there in this ecosystem we must root the ESG. And there are 2 possibilities that come to mind. There are multiple, of course, but 2 possibilities that how this can be rooted. And I think one is really adopting ESG into the way of doing business. And I think Mr. Munjal mentioned of the examples of how companies are beginning to do that. ESG is adopted in the way of doing business. That would mean that every possible operation of business becomes more sustainable, becomes more green, becomes environmentally responsible, becomes inclusive, is done with the right kind of governance practices. And we have a lot of industry leaders and a lot of best practices of ESG, to name a few. Of course, the Hero Group, ITC was mentioned, the Tata Group. I think these companies have integrated ESG into their business strategy. And this gets reflected in their leadership, in the governance, in the operations, and ultimately in the results. And they are able to attract the funds that Pankaj was talking about through the banking system or through the other systems that we know of. So I think this is one way of rooting ESG into the ecosystem that is very necessary. But I think what is also very interesting, and especially for the, the entrepreneurs, the young entrepreneurs that are here today, that actually making ESG your business, which is really coming out with products and services which are in line with the ethos of ESG, which is really making your business purposeful, which is what ESG actually stands for. And there are multiple examples, like Ather Energy, Zunproof, Yulu, who have come up with innovative products that are designed considering ESG as one of the main pillars, besides, of course, being profitable, because as was said, bouquet page janna hoy, you have to have the profit, and then you can, of course, also be sustainable. And I think it's not something either or. These are not mutually exclusive, which is where we have lots of stories where corporates have invested. Sustainability is long-term game, ESG is a long-term game, as you said, but actually it's like a financial portfolio. You can have short-term gains, and then you can reinvest that for your long-term gains. It's how you really look at it. You have multiple ways of actually doing it. I think we're also seeing that a lot of young entrepreneurs, the new age companies, are understanding this much better and are creating products and services that will help not just the planet, but will help every one of us do our daily bit in terms of the greening of the planet. I will give two examples here and then maybe stop. One example is just like you, a micro entrepreneur from Maharashtra. He belonged to a farmer's family, and he saw his father go every day to the farm, sometime late in the night, early in the morning, because there's no guarantee when the system will start pumping the water, and you need to water your fields. And there was also snakes and other animals, and there was always this fear that he will really get into some problem. So this young entrepreneur, he was actually an electrical engineering graduate trying to do that, came up with a system, and I think most of you know that. This is not a new story, but I just wanted to highlight it. He came up with a device with the help of putting a SIM at the pump level. So whenever, or at the water outlet level, whenever the water started coming into the field, it will do a missed call in the house to a phone. At that time, it was only a Nokia phone. And you would know that the water had started coming. And using the same Nokia phone, you can switch on your pump to water your field. And that is something that he created, which will solve the problem of, and has solved the problem of hundreds of farmers and hundreds of people who don't need to now go up in the night and go and check whether the water has started coming and should I pump water into my field. So these are some of the things which can be done to solve daily problems which you must be facing in your daily life. And I think they can also help the entire planet as well. Second, I think I want to give an example of a woman entrepreneur. We work through the CII. Just a short introduction to CII, large industry association with 10,000 members, large, medium, and small, and also 66 offices. And we run a foundation through which we work with underprivileged women. One of these women comes from, again, Maharashtra, a drought-affected area. Crops were not growing. Started to understand that because millets use less water and are much hardy crops and are resilient to climate change, started growing millets, and we help them understand that how you can actually convert these millets into processed foods and how to market them, and is now teaching other women in the community how to become self-sufficient. So again, an example of how you as entrepreneurs can actually take problems of an area, whether it's geography or a particular daily problem that you face, and convert it into a business model. Easier said than done, but then you have UN Global Compact, the British High Commission, and CII, and of course BYST to back you up. Look forward to the interaction. Thank you very much.
Thank you. that had a lot of millets to chew on. And which is very important because I think one thing also you touched upon was very important. It's like ESG as a service. We have software as a service, SaaS software. I mean, they are everywhere. Billions of dollars are invested in SaaS services all over the world. They've changed the way we function, legal professions, education, everywhere. So I think ESG as a service can also be something we can think about and start promoting as a cause. So now questions, please. Anyone has any question? I'm starting the first question, and then please, if you have any questions anywhere in the 12 cities. Hello. So first question is to Sunil. Sunil, what do you think? Oh, this is on. We'll see that. Yeah. So first question is to you because you started, you've been involved in this for more than 4 decades now, and with the CII. What do you think is the readiness of our corporate ecosystem to launch on ESG?
Thank you. So I think the awareness amongst corporates is very high right now, because for the last 30 years, there's actually been a conversation going on, but there was more talk than action. Now, in the last few years, the action has certainly increased. It is still not as much as the talk, by the way. There is still more conferences and conversations than there is actual action on the ground. But I think the realization that, one, in terms of timeliness, and second, as a real opportunity. And I wanted to reiterate the point that CMA made and you made a little bit earlier. It's a massive business opportunity to look at how you can get engaged with different parts of this ecosystem called ESG or sustainability. I can give you just one example of what we are doing currently right now. We are creating a large arts and culture center here in Delhi, and we have become part of a project called Freedom for Justice. We are ensuring that every supplier of ours and their supplier has fair business practices, that they give an opportunity to women to work. They give compensation, which is what it should be. They give leaves when it's required. So that is as important a part of sustainability as air quality and water quality.
That's very interesting. And keeping on the focus on the corporates. And right now, earlier we used to say that the corporate have to do that, the corporates have to do that as some sort of, to making them feel guilty. That because you're making so much huge profits and stuff like that, you have to do that. Now it's not that, because the water is lapping at the feet of the corporates. People are losing money because they are not ESG compliant. You are unable to get better resources, raw materials, services, because things are changing so fast. In Africa, in the next 20 years, the crops are going to fail very soon. And all your investments which are in the futures market will go for a toss. So I wanted to ask you about that how, Seemaji, how you can integrate the whole supply chain from a micro, what Ashok Khosla ji was talking about, who has 5,000 rupees in a day, to this aerospace agency, which is talking to you about how the crop pattern is going to change.
Yeah, well, not so easy to do, but I think we start with the large corporates. I think the most important thing, as Mr. Munjal was saying, is that the large corporates have to really work with their value chain and say that we need you to be ESG compliant. We need you to be sustainable. We need you to follow these practices because the risks that are involved in if the value chain is not compliant with ESG, there's huge risks for the large corporates, right? They're not going to be able to, let's say, make sure that you get, a lot of the companies have just in time these days. If one of the suppliers gets a show cause notice from a pollution control board, then you're not going to be able to get that JIT, right? So you need to make sure that the value chain is in line. Now, what this does is when you work with your tier 1 suppliers, right? And the tier 1 suppliers are forced to also look at the tier 2 and then look at the tier 3. And then if you look at large corporations, which are consumer facing, I think there the opportunity is to make sure that when you are procuring, let's say if you're running a large hotel or an art center, if you have so many suppliers, you have so many vendors, if you're able to ensure that you get the last mile of that vendor to look at all these issues in a positive manner and make sure they're inclusive and sustainable. Believe me, it does in the beginning look like it's a cost, right? In the beginning, it does look like, and in some investment is required. But finally, every part of the value chain actually will gain because you will be avoiding risks and you will be reducing costs and you will be making sure that you are creating value for people who are using your services. And as Mr. Munjala said, that if you actually get them to create value, then they have more purchasing power and they in turn will buy your goods and services. So that's how, if you view it for the long term, it works. But initially, there's a cost.
I just want to add one point to this. When we built our two-wheeler plant at Haridwar, when I was involved at that time, I'm no longer involved, as you know, in the company. We created the world's largest green roof. Exactly to the point you made, Seema, it looked like a cost, additional cost. Even our own team and architects were actually objecting. But what it did was, it lowered the temperature inside the plant 3 to 5 degrees in summer and raised it that much in winters. So lifelong cost, energy required to heat and cool that place has actually gone down. And it's much more sustainable, it's much more comfortable, people are more productive. So there is a definite benefit to actually adopting these techniques in upfront, if you can. But if you've not done it upfront, then there are technologies and systems available to do it as a post-operational thing as well.
And so next come to now the Lakshmi and Ganesh financing. Because without that, you will not get things rolling. Okay. And these days, all banks follow their regulatory body, which is the Reserve Bank of India. Has the Reserve Bank of India given any guideline about a minimum budget for ESG finance or ESG related financing?
Very nice question, Pankaj. Let me clarify here. See, ESG is not the item which can be regulated by the RBI or some other regulator. It is inbuilt. So as far as its mandatory lending target is concerned, I will say as such, no. But yes, we relate with kind of, agrarpreneurs and the micro entrepreneurs. RBI has given a mandatory lending of 7.5% to the micro entrepreneurs, which itself says we have to come out to grow them and nurture them and bring them the mainstream. So that is a target, number one. Number two, even for the other way, if we finance, we have certain kind of priority sector lending incentive. So it also covers it and under different angles. But ESG, I tell you, I understand, ESG is not in ISO. ESG composite, so banks are under obligations to finance for the ESG. Name a few. We are having the PM Kusum scheme, which was launched by Honorable Prime Ministers, and it is related to the solar plant. We have the renewables energy infrastructure lending schemes. We have the moreover the electricals budget as well as the schemes for the different things. So in that way, banks are helping out in a way to encourage and promote ESG in the corporate world. I hope I have responded.
Yeah, that's right. But is there an ESG officer? Earlier, there used to be an agricultural rural officer in every rural branch. Okay, for compliance within this endeavor system. Do we have something close to that? Because the banking industry in India is really huge, and that actually reaches the last person who is in a village somewhere.
Yeah, banks are coming out with that way. ESG as such, the verticalization has not been happened. But we outsource this kind of activities through LEI and so many experts who also give the opinion on that in each kind of the infrastructure lending.
Thank you. Now the real question. We are just playing, among ourselves. Now the football is in the field. Just a second, we'll send you a mic. There.
My name is S.N. Sharma. I'm former director from MSME Government of India and mentor with BI University for the last 20 years. Recently, about 8 months back, I was in one conference arranged by Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs under the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, where about 50 big corporate were also there. So every corporate, 80% of the corporate, they expressed their inability to report, which is mandatory from 23rd to for ESG. So simply they want that we don't have any manpower within our corporate. So we want a trained person who should know what is ESG and how to report it.
Absolutely.
So my question to you is, no, there are more than 6 crore, and then corporate, the Institute of Corporate Affairs, they have agreed to make have this modular program of 6 months for the corporate, so that he should comply that and then report. Now, my question to you is, which you have raised, that do the bank have a officer who should report for ESG? Now, my question to you is, there are more than 6 crore MSME in our country. Plus, from October 2021, the government has also included the small trader, retailer, etc. under the ambit of MSME. So the number will know by next year it will touch 10 crore. So my question to you is, my question worry is that ESG should also be implemented in the rural industry by all the MSME sector, and it can be done only when business school they include this subject.
Exactly. I started this whole session with the Harvard Business School for that reason.
And from this panel,
Yes,
panel
correct.
where Mr. Mujal is there, one of the leading,
That's
should go to the government that they should pay.
I'll just take your question and go to Ratnesh ji about this. As we are talking about, software as a service, what does the UN has some sort of a ESG protocol for a small this thing, which can be as an app, or as we are reaching out every to the last entrepreneur or last consumer? Is there something in a nutshell which can be distributed? We have thousands of people like right now here who are listening to us.
Thank you. Yes, and I'm glad this question came up. Thank you, sir. So we are launching this in India in partnership with Mahindra's, where we have actually developed this, what you're saying, kind of a, in a nutshell, kind of a thing for the beginning level companies. So maybe tier 3 companies, because tier 1, tier 2 are already have some in-house capabilities to do. But the tier 3 companies out there, we are developing this. And by March, I think it will be launched, the partnership. We are just tightening the scheme. So there it will be available to all the employees of all the companies who are signed up for this free of cost. And that whole thing will be monitored very closely at the global level, because India is a pioneer in this. So India, Portugal, and Brazil, these 3 countries, we are launching this pilot with the MSME, and whatever the learnings, then we will be rolling out at a mass scale. So it will be publicly available. So thank you so much. Yes, we are working on it and we will be there.
Just to add that we have an MSME toolkit on the CII website for ESG, which can be used by anybody. It's free of cost, and we help to also build their capacity to do it.
The mini and small micro is that they are very scared of CII. They think it's for the big, corporates who go there. Yes. Yeah, they are not scared of BYOST or development alternatives, this thing. So we can do it with them. So that is where the roles of the NGOs becomes much more important. Dr. Khosla is there. Dr. Khosla, can I throw a question at you?
Yes, please.
There's an entrepreneur from Bhubaneswar, Parul Palak. Are there mandatory legal ESG requirements for micro entrepreneurs in India? You should know that because you're dealing with them.
Yeah, the kind of facilities that CII is just described and the other ones, including ILO, which has for a very long time had a complete set of documentation on starting your own business and with an emphasis more on labor issues than on ESG as a whole, but these are all different things. Our own organization, Development Alternatives, has a service called Udyami, which is based on kiosks in villages and small towns, which provide the basic knowledge that any entrepreneur needs to set up a compliant business. So this is a service that is paid for. It's a commercial service. We set up franchised local kiosks, which are then able to provide the information that any new entrepreneur, local entrepreneur needs. And I think that's probably the route that is most effective for it.
Thank you. We are running out of time, but there's one question we have to answer here, and that's from Madhuban Pandey. Madhuban Pandey, raise your hand wherever you are in that.
Sir, yeah.
Oh, great. How can small enterprises in India tap global green finance? This is up your.
Thank you for the question. I think the question is, very, very pertinent. So like I mentioned in my opening remarks, global green finance investors are also looking at opportunities where they can deploy this capital. In India, there are multiple investors who are looking at such green opportunities. UK being, being one of them and quite front and center with the scale of the capital that I really spoke about. So these green investors have set up various funds. For example, we spoke about the NEEV funds, Samriddhi funds, Green Growth Equity Fund. There are several funds which these green investors have pooled in and is available. There are dedicated and professional fund managers available who are managing these funds. And there are channels through which entrepreneurs can apply for funding. There are, of course, criteria which need to be evaluated. Sustainability and commercial viability will be evaluated. And then your proposal will be taken forward.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. I would like to, in the end, thank all the panelists here and hand over to Munjal sir for his concluding remarks.
Thank you. I think this was a wonderful session. I don't need to summarize this because each speaker was so clear in what they said. The only message that I think we need to take from here is, one, the need, and second, the urgency of us adapting and adopting all the new methods, techniques, and tools that are available to us. CI has already made their offer to offer this dashboard and the toolkit free of cost. I would recommend to BYST through BYST to make it available to the grantpreneurs that you work with, and continue to make this an essential requirement of any new entrepreneurship initiative that we have at every level. And I'm glad that Development Alternative is working with their constituents in this. And I hope we can figure out a way to multiply both the awareness and the access to these tools. The opportunity is real, but so is the threat. So if we are smart, we will turn this threat and a challenge into a real opportunity for ourselves to create a much better, smarter, and a sunnier tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. And if there's anything, I think we also need in this whole awareness, media sensitization about ESG. And we should, I think, with CII, UN officials, that we should have some sort of a training programs for media professionals to, to actually press on the need now. Otherwise, they'll be reporting about the floods and the catastrophes everywhere and not what actually happened and how to prevent it. So I think there's a need there. My services are there for that. That's my opportunity in ESG. Thank you very much, everyone here. And thanks a lot. I hope you are taking back a lot of knowledge with you as I did. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Requesting everyone to please remain seated. All the panelists requesting everyone. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so with this, we have come to another exciting part of this session. So now we will be now distributing the Business Idea Contest Awards conducted by BYST and Foreign Commonwealth Development Organization, FCDO, for youth of Odisha and Ranchi. Business Idea Contest is a unique concept that encourages youth from the grassroots to come up with creative and viable business ideas that could be converted into successful dynamic micro enterprises. May I now request Mr. Sumesh Girotra to hand over the prize check to Mr. Sunil Munjal, who will present it to the winner, Ms. Chandani Khandelwal from Bhubaneswar. I request all our panelists to join Mr. Sunil Munjal. Many congratulations to Ms. Chandani Khandelwal from Bhubaneswar. Now I request all the guests to present the check to Mr. Vikram Kumar, winner from Ranchi. Initiate and encourage fellow entrepreneurs to adopt sustainable business practices. First, our panelists once again to join Mr. Sunil Munjal in honoring our green Mr. Arun Aftade from Western Region, manufacturer of mulching films that help retain soil moisture and cut down on labor and electricity. Congratulations to Mr. Arun. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause. Mr. Mohammed Bilal from Southern Region. Mr. Bilal has refurbished over 40,000 laptops for corporate clients and practices effective e-waste management by adopting Next is small that this heat as reducing the carbon footprint. Congratulations to Mr. Panyani. And represents congratulations. Once again, many congratulations to Mrs. Anna Shah. All right, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Now to conclude this session, I call upon Mr. Munjal. Over to you, sir. You have already concluded? All right. So now I'm requesting once again Mr. Munjal to present the mementos to all our esteemed speakers. Let's start with Mr. Ram Jas. Let's have a huge round of applause, everyone. Next to Mr. Pankaj Pachori. Next to Mr. Sumesh Girotra. Thank you so much, sir. Next to Ms. Seema Arora. Next to Mr. Ratnesh Jha. Thank you so much, all the panelists. Now, I would like to request to all the audience to please remain seated as we are going to begin with a special plenary. Thank you so much for your cooperation. Once again, requesting everyone to please remain seated as we are going to begin with a special plenary right away. Thank you. Requesting everyone to please remain seated as we are starting the session right away. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to special plenary, and I welcome all our dignitaries. First, to Mr. Sivasubramanian Raman, Chairman and Managing Director, SIDBI, Ms. Anna Shortbolt, Deputy Trade Commissioner, South Asia, BHC, Mr. Subodh Bhargava, Chairman, Board of Trustees, and Ms. Lakshmi Venkataraman Venkatesan, Founding and Managing Trustee, BYST, to occupy the stage. Requesting everyone to please join us on stage. To begin the session, I would like to call upon Mr. Subodh Bhargava, Chairman, Board of Trustees, Bharatiya Yuva Shakti Trust. Mr. Bhargava is an independent director chairman at Tata Communications Cell Limited and Vatsala India Limited, an alumni of IIT Roorkee. Mr. Subodh was associated with many reputed companies of the industry. He is the current chairman of BYST. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. Let me first share with you that the airlines and the flights are not cooperating with us so far. We had an absence in the morning. Mr. Khosla couldn't join us. And now I understand that the minister who was supposed to be here, Mr. Rane, is also likely to be on flight from Pune. So he might join us later, but we will proceed with the session. It's a pleasure and privilege to welcome Shri Raman, CMD SIDBI, Ms. Anna Shortbolt, Deputy Trade Commissioner, British High Commission, mentors, entrepreneur, ladies and gentlemen. The theme of today's event focuses on startups, focuses on sustainable development. Over the years, BYST has been promoting, supporting startups only. In fact, by now, 10,000 plus and is still counting. These 10,000 plus entrepreneurs are contributing to India's economy and creating jobs. I'm proud to say that a startup is in BYST DNA. It was nurtured by icons like Mr. J.R.D. Tata, who was the first chairperson of BYST, Mr. Mantosh Sondhi, Mr. Rahul Bajaj, and of course, support from many more individuals and corporates. India today is world's fastest growing economy. However, we need to accelerate our socio-economic development. We need to look at the young aspiration and take advantage of our population's under 35 age youth to capitalize on the country's population dividend. Government has launched several schemes which include large-scale skilling program, making collateral-free loans available to MSMEs, and the Atal Incubation Mission, which supports business startups. And these have made a significant contribution to sustained development of micro entrepreneur in the country, the small entrepreneur in the country. We in the industry and civil society also need to come forward to support the government initiatives and empower underprivileged youth, especially women from and in remote geographical areas and underprivileged communities to explore itself, employment and entrepreneurship as a career option. We need to identify, and that's what BYST does, identifies, counsels, and guides bright young people who have good business ideas, drive, and ambition to become successful business owners. This is a tall order, but as I just mentioned, BYST has demonstrated through years that it can be done. BYST has demonstrated its entrepreneurship development, mentor development program across the world now. Many countries take our program into and integrate into their own programs. We surely need better health and education and skilling facilities, but what is equally important is in entrepreneurship, development. India, of course, needs, as Mr. Manjal also mentioned, needs to create jobs for the job seekers, but we also need to create job creators, and many of whom are sitting here and participating in this event through Zoom. Our youth are keen to acquire new skills, and they have the spirit of entrepreneurship. Indian corporates need to move from philanthropic mode to support MSMEs, but to a mindset which believes that MSMEs can become scalable business models. They can become very efficient and effective supply chain members. The micro entrepreneur who grow into the small and medium and beyond do not want handouts from corporate India or from anyone. In fact, they want to be counted and become self-reliant sooner than later. BYST has counseled over 1 million youth over the years, created over 12,000 rural and urban entrepreneurs who are providing employment for nearly 4 lakh people. And this is what was mentioned by Mr. Khosla and others, that it is the micro and small entrepreneur which will create more and more jobs as against larger units. Larger units have a place for itself, but otherwise market-facing micro-entrepreneur or supply chain member micro-entrepreneur have a very significant role to play in the economy. The learning that stands above everything else for BYST is the importance of providing an empowering ecosystem. BYST has in fact trademarked this title, Graminpeer. I mean, it's difficult, but it's been trademarked by you, Lakshmi. But I think it is to showcase the power of the micro enterprises, especially in rural India, where the underprivileged do not have access to opportunities. And this is where BYST has played a significant role through our mentors who have supported the entrepreneur until they have become self-sufficient. We hold hands all along, from creating a project report to funding to marketing and networking. BYST entrepreneurs have been trained and adopt digital means, which is a new initiative, but I see today that the digital initiative is enabling us to reach out to our entrepreneur across the country. And I think BYST in its own internal operations has been adopting digital means more and more. Let me once again welcome you all to this event. And I would like to request Lakshmi, the founder, CEO of BYST, to, in fact, founder managing trustee, I don't know what the CEO part is still, but you act as CEO in any case, Lakshmi. So let me invite you to share the achievements of BYST and also the way forward. Thank you. Lakshmi.
Thank you so much, sir. May I request Ms. Lakshmi Venkatraman Venkatesh, in founding and managing trustee of BYST, to give the overview of BYST and set the tone for session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Bharati Yuva Shakti Trust. What is exciting for me and for all of us here is to see not only this room, and I would strongly encourage BYST staff to bring the other people who seem to be engaged in exhibitions and so on. Let them come here. Let us all participate together. And then, of course, during lunch break, they will get an opportunity. There's so many distractions of BYST happening outside in the halls too. What is exciting is the fact that we are being joined by entrepreneurs from Grampreneurs in Sangli, Raigada, in the tribal areas of Raigada and Bhubaneswar, in Satara, in Maharashtra, Bhubaneswar, Ranchi, Hyderabad, Pune. Just imagine 2 years ago whether we would have ever had this opportunity for micro entrepreneurs. We talk about digital empowerment. I believe this is digital empowerment of all of you and digital empowerment of the organization of BYST as a whole. So I am absolutely delighted that we could all come together as a family. I believe the last count I hear is about 1,200 people around the country are participating in this program right now, because we have 11 locations and there are about 100 in just that. So probably combine all of the wonderful crowd here. Thank you so much, Subodh. It's my chairman, a very revered member of BYST who has been with us since the very beginning and inception, and is in the long line of very esteemed chairpersons of BYST, starting from J.R.D. Tata, as Subodh correctly said. Welcome, Mr. Raman. We are very keen to have this dialogue, which we have been meaning to do with SIDBI for a while. So thank you for being here with us, and we get the opportunity to talk to you. And Ms. Anna Shotbolt, we have had a long history of working with the UK government, UKRE, British Council, and so on. And the fact that His Royal Highness was the one who gave me the idea to begin with is reason enough for us to have to continue to have this partnership with you. And of course, welcome to all the BYST entrepreneurs everywhere. Bharati Yuva Shakti Trust, literally, to give you a very small history of what happened, is that the Prince of Wales Trust, the Prince's Trust, had been started in 1986 in UK as part of the overall Prince's Trust. There was something called the Youth Business Trust. So when I met His Royal Highness in 1990, he told me about Mohammed Dattu. That name is literally etched in my brain, of a young person of Indian origin who had been given the loan by Prince's Trust and who thereafter became a millionaire. And he said, do you think this will work in India? And I said, sir, I have no idea, because I have not exactly worked the way you did with the equivalent of Prince's Trust. And I myself was a telecom engineer working in the United States at that time, so really did not have the feel of what it would mean to start something like this in India. And so I did what I know, talked to people like J.R.D. Tata, Rahul Bajaj, Subodh Bhargav, Mantosh Sondhi, and I said, do you think this will work? And they all told me, well, what's the harm trying? That's the only way we'll know whether it will work. And here we are, 30 years later, the fact that we have a tremendous, huge family, and I would say that it's not just a bunch of entrepreneurs, the mentors, many of whom are here today and in all the regions, together, the BYST family has grown so big and has now become a role model Thereafter, when His Royal Highness and I had the opportunity, we both went to Bangladesh, we both went to Sri Lanka, then he sent me off to South Africa, to Malta, to so many countries, and now we are in 45 countries. And BYST has been, all of you have been the role model for what it means like to set it up in other countries. So with that, I would say this has been a very exciting 30-year journey. And the next slide. Can we move a bit faster with the slides? Yeah, and just keep moving. Zupod already said that all of you, many of you here who are mentors and entrepreneurs know that we begin at the very beginning. Do you want to become an entrepreneur? What does it mean to become an entrepreneur? What can we do if you have an idea? We begin at the very beginning, at the first stage of knowing what you want, and then to counsel you. And I have to mention this, the business idea contest that we gave away awards, many of you witnessed that earlier. Let's explain what a business idea contest is. Many of you have heard, and some of you are from colleges and schools that we've invited you as potential entrepreneurs. Many of you have had business idea contest in your schools, in your universities, in engineering colleges. But have you ever heard of a business idea contest in rural areas? We literally outfit a van, and I think Sidbi is somebody that we would love to, actually practice this on a much larger scale in every 720 districts that you want to be in. We outfit a van with a loudspeaker, and pretty much it's like promoting a Bollywood film. We go from village to village. We have videos of entrepreneurs who have from your examples of you, and then we go throw out leaflets and say, do you want to become an entrepreneur? Here's the form you can fill out, and here is your idea, and if so, drop it. And where are these boxes? They are kept under a tree. They are kept in the branches of local rural branches of banks. These boxes are kept in along with the panchayat. So literally we tell all the rural area people, come on, what is your idea? And in our partnership with the JK Paper in Raigada, the very first time, I remember Harshpati ji told me, Singhania ji told me, he said, this is an area which has not really seen much entrepreneurship. What are you going to do when you run a business idea contest? We said, we don't know. We just keep doing this and let's see. 800 ideas came from that very district where we thought that nobody would come through. And that's the power. And so the awards that you saw earlier given out were for people who had become winners of such business idea contests. And of course, we do all of the other things which end up, if you look at the ecosystem and you say that you're counseling, training, access to finance, mentoring, and so on, what do you get at the end of it? You get an Amrita Mangle, who won the Global Young Entrepreneur Award in 2020. We got the 2019 Swapnil, who came with me to Cartagena, Colombia. These programs are held in different parts of the world. And then you're going to meet right after this in the session, the person who came to Netherlands, Hague, who won the award in 2022. And you saw earlier Arun, who won the award in 2015. This award has been in existence for about 15 years, and Bharti Yuva Shakti Trust entrepreneurs have pretty much won every year, one award or the other, along with their mentors. So I think all of you deserve a tremendous applause for the kind of efforts that you put together. I think the earlier slide, which was about the missing middle, I think it has already been mentioned both in the previous panel and by Subodh, and that we really focus on the people who are not necessarily at the subsistence level, neither are they the techpreneurs. Who are these people? Everybody has forgotten them. 30 years ago, we called them the missing middle. Unfortunately, even today, they continue to be the missing middle. They continue to be missed. And you are the ones who are filling up that missing middle. The main thing about entrepreneurs, and I would like you to meet many of our entrepreneurs who are wearing a white coat and a green coat, as the MC said before. These are our high flyers. These are our green ambassadors. Meet them and talk to them. You'll really get to know, especially those of you who want to become entrepreneurs, talk to them. You'll get to know what it is. What is their journey looks like. And if you talk about it, and also we have mentors in the crowd. Mentors, please do use this opportunity to talk to as many people in the crowd as you can, because you are the ones who are making the difference. In an urban area, we have one-to-one. In a rural area, and this is something which we essentially pioneered in 1994 when we went into the rural village of Haryana. We had a little bus like the one that you're seeing, which literally goes into the rural areas, packed with mentors, and they actually go to the village doorstep to be able to give advice. And this is a unique model, which I'm happy to say, when we presented, Scotland said, hey, we have got a lot of rural areas. We don't know, how to get to them. Can you tell us how this works? And since then, we have had delegations from Brazil, from South Africa, from Kenya, from various parts of the world, who have come to look at this rural mobile mentor clinic, which has been one of the hallmarks of BYC's ability to go into the rural areas. The next one, please. Yes. Niranjan, I won't say anymore. Niranjan is a star. He won the award. He started his business just before COVID. And when everybody said, oh my God, we feel sorry for you, he became a crorepati in this last 2 years, and he won the award in Netherlands in 2023. And the person who read his citation said, can you believe anyone growing 1,100% in their growth during COVID? I mean, this is unheard of. So you will be meeting Niranjan right after this. The idea, as I said, is really the mentoring. I won't go into the great details. Best to hear from the mentors themselves as to what mentoring is all about. They're dedicated people. And believe me, during you are seeing a crowd of people here from different parts of the country, all joining together. 2 years ago, many of our entrepreneurs did not either even have a digital phone, meaning a smartphone, nor was the ability to use Zoom. So between all of this, the fact that you have such a big crowd from the different parts of the country really means that the mentoring that they was enabled on a fast mode and on an emergency mode. At that point in time, people got onto WhatsApp calls, 5 entrepreneurs to 1 mentor. We went around doing that for 10,000 mentors, literally, village by village, town by town. And that is the reason why you would find that kind of mentoring means at the end of COVID, when we took a survey, 95% of all of BYC's businesses were still operating. Well, the national average was more than 30 to 40% were on the verge of closing shop. So once again, it is a tremendous, what should I say? The kudos goes to really the mentors. I think the entrepreneurs are the heroes, but the mentors are the gurus that made this all happen. The Mentoring India was a program that we started a few years back. And I know that the government, has got a Skill India, Startup India, Make in India, Digital India, but we humbly thought that without the Mentoring India, all these other Indias were not going to be that effective. And that is why the Mentoring India is something that we have now embedded mentoring, or we are in the process of embedding mentors in banks, in educational institutions, including DIC, District Industry Commissions. People thought we were foolish. They said, who do you think is going to offer to be a mentor in all of these government institutions? Well, today we have trained over 5,000 mentors in all of these institutions, credited them internationally, and networked. They are not just lost mentors whom we have accepted. They have become a part of the larger family, and we track the impact that they are having on a yearly basis to know what is it that they have been able to do as being part of the mentor community. Next slide. We have a very eminent board of trustees here, and who have enabled us to make all of this work happen and supported us in every way. And I do rely on them most completely right from the very beginning. Next slide. Again, these are our partners. We partner with everybody and anybody. We partner with our government, with UK governments, with institutions, with corporates. And the whole idea is this has to be a public-private partnership model. We don't believe, no matter how many schemes there are, that the government alone has the solution, nor do NGOs have the scale, nor do corporates have that kind of bandwidth. I think it really has to be a partnership model, and that's what we believe in very strongly. BYST ESG mission, I don't want to go any further into it. We had a fantastic panel earlier in the day. And the fact that once again, His Royal Highness, His Majesty has been at every stage of whatever we do. So in 2010, he launched our Green Business Club in Chandigarh. Subodhi was there, if you remember. And that Green Business Clubs was somewhat dormant, let me be honest. And now with all this ESG movement, we are bringing it back again. And the green ambassadors who were felicitated earlier is a way in which we are saying, ultimately, I can talk here, any one of us can talk on the stage, but it's these entrepreneurs who are going to go around telling other entrepreneurs why they should be green. What is the value in being green? What is it that they can actually gain by being green? It's not just being good to the planet, it's also being good to yourself. It is said this in our last board meeting. He said, what incentive do you think they should have? And we believe that for every penny that they have earned by saving, by making sure that they recycle their waste or things like that, that will enable these young people to say, yes, we should become green. The digital readiness, again, I think this is a demonstration of digital readiness, and therefore I don't have to talk too much about it. But I also want to give a word of caution. There is still a lot of challenges. 38% of our entrepreneurs still do not have access to smartphones or have very low quality smartphones that is not going to be able to do a whole lot of things. We have been, in fact, publishing the surveys of this to make everybody aware that, okay, here is a scheme, and whether it's a government or whether it's corporate or even us, we announce it and say, come visit our website. You will get to know about it. They don't know how to get access to the website. They don't, even when they go there, maneuvering the website is difficult. And once they get onto the website, how are they supposed to continue to interact? These are real world problems. And therefore, when we talk digital, we really should be talking about what is the infrastructure that we are supporting with it. Many problems face patchy signals. I must congratulate my team, and I'm crossing my fingers that all the various locations happen to come here today. Otherwise, so many times the locations become dark. We lost the signal there. I think slowly we are learning it. But the fact that so many offices, 11 offices across the country is able to participate is about that. And last but not least is there is no awareness. Very often they have a smartphone or somebody has even donated a smartphone. They don't know how to use it. They don't know how to get value out of it. So we have created a three-pronged approach. One is digital presence, digital payments, and digital marketing. Every aspect has to be there. And today we will be signing some MOUs, which will be essentially taking many of these ideas forward. So in the end, I would like to say that the footprint that BYST has been satisfying, mainly because it's a model that has proved itself in every district of every state in the country, and has proved itself in 45 countries because it was BYST. The UK model was the very origin, but His Majesty himself said, look, if it works in India, I'm sure I can sell it elsewhere. And that's exactly what happened. It worked in India, and then we are in 45 countries also. And the very fact that we are able to do all of that is because we have a vision. It's not that we are satisfied with where we are. We are asking ourselves, where do we go next? We would love to say 1 million entrepreneurs. And because of the way in which we are propagating BYST's mentoring model elsewhere, and SIDBI is here, and the government is here, all of us are here. Again, collectively, there is absolutely no reason why we should not be able to create 1 million entrepreneurs. And if we do so, just imagine, every one of our entrepreneurs creates 10 jobs directly and 40 jobs indirectly, 50 jobs. So you are saying now 1 million entrepreneurs are going to create 50 million jobs. Isn't that pretty much solving the problem that we are faced with? And if we break it down to what is it a single entrepreneur can do, I think we can add it all up again and aggregate it and say, yes, we can reach that 50 million number. And I think I've already mentioned this. We are in the 45 countries, and we are a founding member of Youth Business International, which is the network that we created at the very beginning to ensure that we are all interacting. And I know many of our colleagues, we are working now. India is helping Mongolia, we are helping Bhutan, we are helping many countries in Asia, in addition to being the support for the world as a whole. Last but not least, I do believe people talk about mentoring as, well, we need financing, we need marketing, we need mentoring. No, I believe when it comes to grampreneurs, we need mentoring, we need mentoring, and we need mentoring. Because that essentially is the way in which a young person who does not know where to go, if he or she is starving, doesn't have a job, has an idea on what to do, is the mentor who handholds them all the way from the beginning to the end. So please join us, all of you, in this mentoring movement, because we've got to make it happen. I don't think we have a choice. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's now hear the journey of international award-winning entrepreneur from Pune and proprietor Messrs. Simforge Engineering, Mr. Niranjan Obhal. Over to you, please. Can we have you here? We welcome you.
Hello. Thank you all. Hello. My name is Niranjan Obhal. I'm an entrepreneur from Pune. We manufacture and export sim racing and simulators, which are used for racing and for pilots. Right. Those are basically used for gaming and training purposes. So 2 years when I started, I was just a college student. And being a college student, I literally had no funding at all. My bank balance at that time was just 380 rupees. So I tried a lot getting, funding and all those stuff, but I failed miserably. And when I got introduced to BYST through their mentors and through the reaching out programs, then I came to know, okay, there is someone who can help us. And their guidance and all the technical help that I got, it was quite a good thing for me, because after that, with their help, I got the funding from a bank. A loan of just 1.5 lakh rupees was quite enough for me. It was just before COVID 2019. And I knew like difficult times were coming up. But my mentors, through the support, I cleared all those problems quite easily, I would say. And in just the first year of my company, it was just in 4 months, I did a gross turnover around 6.63 lakhs. But the next year, the COVID year, as ma'am suggested, the turnover got multiplied by 1100 times. And like all of the credit goes to the BYST team and mentors. Because a smart person will learn from their experience. A smarter one will learn from someone else's. And the expertise of all the mentors, the experience too. And the good thing is they're quite keen on sharing it. We know that people in India like quite group, but the mentors, all the BYST teams, they were good at sharing it. They were good at teaching stuff. So only because of that, I was able to not only survive, but grow 1100% through COVID. And recently, last year, I won the award, the YBS Young Entrepreneur of the Year Award, which was held in Ega. Unfortunately, I couldn't attend. But for a college student and entrepreneur, in just the 2 years of his journey, winning such a huge award, it was unbelievable for me. And like I will say like not just most, but all of the credit goes to BYST. I will always be in debt to you, because these are things dreams are made of. And I would say I wouldn't have even dreamed of such a big award, such a big opportunity. And my life has completely changed because of it. And I would like to thank BYST, all the teams, all the mentors. Without you, I wouldn't be here. I will still be a college student working a 9-to-5 job. I will be now I hire around 90 people in total. So you have not only my gratitude, but theirs as well. And right now, I would say like one of the biggest achievement I would say is like my story has been able to inspire others, other youngsters just like me, in my family and around me, to take up entrepreneurship. And that's, as ma'am said, that's all the country needs right now. Because 50 million, I don't think even that's a lower number. we can hire a lot of people. We can
do a lot of good in our country, because it's not that there are less jobs, but the jobs which we are creating jobs which are catered or like need the specific people, and through different scopes or different areas of people becoming entrepreneurs through this. So I would say like it is such a huge establishment, such a huge accomplishment for BYST and all, and the entrepreneurs too. I would say like we can maybe fill the whole world with blue color, maybe one day. So I would like to thank all. Thank you, BYST. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Mr. Niranjan. All right, moving forward. Now I request Ms. Anna Shortball, Deputy Trade Commissioner, South Asia BHC, to address the gathering. Let's welcome her with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, everyone, and good afternoon. I'm really pleased to be here, sharing with such an honourable panel, Chairman Bhargava, Chairman Raman, and Lakshmi. I'm Anna Shotbolt, the Deputy Trade Commissioner based here in Delhi at the British High Commission. And on behalf of the UK government and myself personally, thank you so much for inviting me to speak today. I was going to speak about two things briefly: the importance of the UK-India relationship and entrepreneurship, but I'm not sure I can be as inspiring as the previous speaker, who was it was really incredible to hear that personal story. So thank you. So India and UK is an extremely incredibly important relationship to the UK, and I think it was really great to hear, Lakshmi, of how of that connection with now King Charles has helped create such a huge network of people across the whole of India, and that's a great story about our two countries. I think we both share values, culture, and really strong people-to-people links, which make that relationship easy for us to work closely together. And in 2021, our two prime ministers agreed a 2030 roadmap, and that covers a whole host of things from health, climate, trade, education, science, technology, and defence. And it's my job here at the British High Commission in Delhi to work on trade and investment. And both of our prime ministers have agreed that we should double the trade and investment between our two countries by 2030. And I hope the numbers are in our favour. I think last year, the trade between the two countries was worth £29.6 billion. And we've heard that India is the biggest growing economy in the world and is likely to become the third largest economy by 2030. But both countries are committed to building on that even more. And we're really pleased that we're currently negotiating a free trade agreement with India to bring down tariffs and the difficulties around working together so that we can build on that even further. And progress is really good. We had our negotiators here in December, and we've negotiated most of the chapters now. I think India's year of presidency for G20 this year is another great opportunity, both for India and the relations between our two countries. And I know that one of the working groups at the G20 is focused on startups. And I think that moves me on to the second bit that I wanted to talk to, which is the importance of startups and entrepreneurs. I think both India and the UK, we can only build our trade and investment and our economies if we invest in startups, in young entrepreneurs. And that's why it's so great to be here, not to see people in Delhi, but across the whole of India doing that. And particularly between the UK and India, in our roadmap, we agreed to boost entrepreneurship, to nurture innovation, jobs, and tech solutions to benefit both countries. And like in the UK, where I was really proud to work actually with the Prince's Charities in a small part of London, which had quite high unemployment. And I saw for myself the benefit of programs like this and the changes they can make to individuals. And it's amazing to see that across India, you have such a whole host of different skills and youth across the length and breadth of the country. And I think, again, UK and India are particularly well partnered in that. We're both really great at innovation. I think we're both in the top 5 globally for startup ecosystems. So our partnership is really strong. As the UK, we're really proud that we've invested more than £2.5 billion directly, but also through British international investment to support enterprise development in India. We particularly focus on early stage investments in partnership with the government, with SIDBI and also the State Bank of India, where we hope to create jobs and opportunities for small businesses. I think in total, we've supported around 600 businesses that employs 500,000 people. And we're particularly focused on gender and inclusion, and also how we can support businesses that are developing clean technology and clean energy to, again, support both of our countries in our ambitions around achieving net zero. We've also dedicated investment funds for startups for them to access, and tied up with incubators such as IIT Kanpur, Startup Oasis and IIM Calcutta. And I'm pleased to see the results of our engagement with BYST in creating such a strong network of small entrepreneurs and businesses and mentors. So we are committed to continuing to support initiatives that improve the economic levels of youth, especially in underinvested areas of India, and by bringing UK expertise to support that. So I'd really like to wish all the best to the BYST team in helping deliver more dreams come true for people across India. But most importantly to you, the entrepreneurs and mentors, congratulations on everything that you've done so far and good luck for the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Anna. All right, ladies and gentlemen, up next, in the presence of distinguished dignitaries, we will be exchanging MOU with our partner, SIDBI. To exchange the MOU, I call upon Mr. Acharya, Chief General Manager, SIDBI, and Ms. Aruna Vinod Kumar, COO, BYST. Now we will proceed with Cisco MOU. BYST. Let's have a huge round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen, for exchanging the MOU between SIDBI and BYST. Now we are proceeding with one more MOU between Cisco and BYST. BYST and Cisco will be entering into partnership under the proposed 3 years program. BYST intends to replicate its model and create an entrepreneurial ecosystem in Chennai and Hyderabad. List of distinguished dignitaries, I request Mr. Tarun and Ms. Aruna Vinod Kumar, BYST, to exchange the MOU.
వినాలనుకుంటే వాళ్ళు టెక్స్ట్ ఎపిసోడ్ జాయిన్ అయ్యి అందులోను వాళ్ళ ఫోన్ నుంచి వినొచ్చు అంతే కదా. అదే అదే అది మన ఇప్పుడు మెయిన్
Let us all have a huge round of applause for exchanging Cisco MOU.
లేకపోతే ఇండివిజువల్ ఎంటర్ప్రైజ్ మాట్లాడుకోమని చెప్పాలి. From their mobile కదా. ఓకే, థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Congratulations. I now invite Mr. Sivasubramanian Raman, Chairman and Managing Director, SIDBI, to address the gathering. Mr. Sivasubramanian Raman is the Chairman and Managing Director of Small Industries Development Bank of India, SIDBI. Before joining SIDBI, he was MD and CEO of National E-Government Services Limited. Prior to joining NESL, Mr. Raman was the Principal Accountant General Audit, Jharkhand Ranchi. He worked with SEBI and CGM. He worked as First Secretary at Indian High Commission, London, for auditing the accounts of various Indian embassies in Europe. Once again, let's have a huge round of applause for Mr. Raman. Over to you, sir.
The distinguished guests on the dais, distinguished guests of the dais, ladies and gentlemen, it's indeed a privilege to be here amongst all of you. It's probably the most exciting space that has developed in India in the last couple of years. Thank you. The startup ecosystem is now being talked about practically every day, and we are, extremely happy talking about some great valuations that some companies have probably got. But I think today what we saw was in a single example of Nikhil, I think, I'm sorry, I'm not getting your name, but the Niranjan, sorry, the fact that somebody managed to bring his skills to come to bear and created something of value. And of course, the BYST has stepped in at the right moment and given him that leverage. This is a story which I think we need to see happening every day in many numbers across the country. I'll just share with you something that SIDBI had started probably about 18 months ago. We had thrown a open advertisement through the newspapers, and we found that we got applicants in two categories. One was somebody who has a good idea and wants to start up, somebody who has got a small business and wants to scale up. So under what is known as the Swavalamban means self-reliant. So a lot of our interventions which are non-financial. So when SIDBI does not operate as a bank, it does a lot of work in helping develop, create enterprise. In fact, SIDBI's mandate as per law is to help enterprise creation. So SIDBI is really for the MSMEs, and MSMEs can be extremely small and going all the way up to 250 crores turnover. So nevertheless, we got 60 applications in the first round of the Swavalamban Challenge Fund, something that we did in collaboration with the UK High Commission, with the British government, represented by the UK High Commission in India. And some ideas that we got were phenomenal. A lot of them were what we would call as innovations in small towns. Some of them were even rural innovations, moving from healthcare to textiles to services that are needed. And the second time, of course, we gave 12 awards. They were for amounts ranging from 20 lakhs to about 35 lakhs as grants. And the second time around, we received over 500 applications. So I was just thinking as we were, hearing speakers today, that what have we done with the 500 applications, and what have we done to those who were awarded under our scheme. And then I realized that if we do not work with partners, we probably are not doing justice to something that we ourselves started. It's quite difficult for SIDBI to spend time with each one of those entities, be it an awarded entity or be it an entity that simply made an application. There's probably something good in each one of those cases. How do we identify the gaps? How do we bring in the kind of resources that are needed to just help them understand their own trade better, to bring better machinery for them, to give them that market access? This is really where I thought what SIDBI has entered in today with BYST is something which is but natural. I think the natural allies that sort of are found in BYST
Hello,
is
Sujata garu.
something that has come to fruition today. I'm extremely happy that
నేను
we have
చెప్పేది వినిపించేటప్పుడు మీకు ఆ బ్యాక్గ్రౌండ్
one of those entities I happened to go to. It was located in Ladakh. In fact, they create pashmina shawls and stoles. I always thought till that date that pashmina was, a GI tag of Kashmir. I was then told by those ladies who actually shepherd the goats and also have some outside help in Leh, where they actually do the processing and the weaving and the sort of designs. Two smart young entrepreneurs from NID and somewhere else, they were working with them on the ground. And I realized that Ladakh has actually got the GI tag for pashmina. And the biggest problem they had was really to be able to gauge the kind of demand that they could get and how to sort of cater to that demand and produce. So this is something which I'm sure every single business has got a sort of problem with. And I, of course, SIDBI ordered many of those stoles and shawls, and we gave it to our dignitaries when people visit, or parliamentary commissions when committees when we attend them. And I also took some of them to France, where it so happened that I was there for a visit, and a good friend of mine is the ambassador at Paris. And I showed it to him, and he said, listen, but this kind of things will sell in Europe for X price, which is probably about 100 times more than what those women were getting. So, the journey of each enterprise has got, I think it's limitless. It's really for us to come together to be able to put in the required resources. Mentorship is something that's gone forward in a very big way. Just yesterday, I think the Startup India under the DPIIT, they launched a formal mentorship program under what is known as the Startup India program. Again, another attempt to bring mentors into the startup space. SIDBI runs something called a fund of funds program, in which we have sanctioned 8,000 crores, about $1 billion. And we have given this to funds which have then gone and invested in startups. And the deal is that for every rupee given by SIDBI, the fund will gather 2x and put it into startups. The funds have, over the last 5 years, gathered over 4 times the amount of what SIDBI has put in, and they have invested in over 800 startups. We've already seen the results coming through. I think it takes about a couple of years for the investment to happen, another couple of years for growth, and then comes the divestment phase. But already in the money that we had put out, we've seen over 3 times a return coming in from a few of those where the divestment phase has already taken place. So it just shows that from a development perspective or from a commercial perspective, it's fertile ground. I now have interacted so much with the private equity venture community in India it is thriving. And even more thriving is probably what is called as the social impact investment sector, that probably is looking for commercial returns, but not necessarily from just the, the tech or the deep tech or the high tech. It's a lot about what services and what goods can be provided on the ground for a mass or a large number of people, but that also is done on commercial practices, on commercial lines. So the ability of private capital to come in and join the capital that might be provided by government, the two things put together gives a much better, force to this entire amount of capital seeking returns and also looking at creating the startups. I'm sure all of you in this room have had the opportunity to work with startups. Some of you hopefully are running startups. SIDBI has for many years done a lot of work where we work with the smaller entities. The microfinance institutions or the microfinance sector in India was something that was virtually incubated by SIDBI in the early 2000s. And today, the small finance banks have converted from microfinance institutions and become small finance banks. So there's a lot more to be done. I mean, all of us are acutely aware of the levels of poverty, lack of access, and therefore, the more and more we create these kind of partnerships, the better off we are. Recently, we've launched 5 programs for enterprise creation or entrepreneurship development with 5 universities in different geographies of the country. It's really about giving the local people a chance to get the kind of lifestyle skills, the kind of, let me say, the life skills to run a business, to be able to get the benefit of professional teachers and mentors to help them take their businesses forward. This is resource intensive, it is time intensive, and therefore we must be able to do this at a much larger scale. The typical thumb of rule sort of return that a private equity or a venture capital looks for is that if he puts money in 100 entities, even if 5 of them come good, you've more than made a multiple of the money that you've put in. So this is really what it is for a lot of us in this room to take forward. In fact, just to confuse all of you a little more, the grampreneurs is a great word. In fact, SIDBI had coined something called homepreneurs. And this was in the context of what SIDBI has taken forward now for, I think, maybe 4 or 5 years, is the Usha Silai School program. It's an excellent way for rural women to use their time well, where Usha and SIDBI have come together. We've set up, I think, over 3,000 women with a sewing machine given to them. And this is across, I think, about 10 states, where we bring in the right people to train them. And the lady who gets trained goes to her village and trains so many more. So, overall, the 2,700 ladies who've got trained have probably ended up training another 6 to 7 per head. So you have a multiple number of women who have the ability to earn an extra bit of income. Of course, the difficulty is, where does the next sort of demand come? How do they go to the market and actually get the demand, get the orders, and then produce and market it? So that's really, I think, universally the difficult part is really to get hooked into the larger ecosystem. These women, of course, believe me, I've gone and met them, some of them in very remote places, but the hunger for growth is just immense. And that's, I think, what we need to feed. We need to be able to feed with the right resources, the hunger that exists in people to improve their own lives. A lot of it is done just to get their children into a better school so that the child has a better future. So, there are multiple instances of, the good work that we can all do. So I thank BYST for having taken this forward. Assam is a very, very vulnerable state in many different ways. We have worked in the last 12 months very closely with the Assam government. In fact, they've gone to the extent of putting down 100 crores for an Assam startup fund, which SIDBI is going to be running for them. Now, this shows the intent and the sort of passion that the government is taking forward for bringing entrepreneurship into the state. So there's a lot of work that we do with many state governments in what is known as the cluster development fund. So concessional funds go to the state government for them to bring in more and more benefits in various MSME clusters. So I'm very happy that we are kicking off this MOU with a particular initiative, which is in Assam in 6 districts over there. I'm sure we will take this forward in many different ways. So let's look forward to a good partnership. Thank you so much for the patient hearing.
Thank you so much, sir. Is there any questions from the audience?
You mentioned that you have Usha slime machine. You have set up so many centers across the country. In Jharkhand, there are thousands of ladies who are skilled in crochet. You know, there is used to be a very old trade, crochet, slime crochet. So there are thousands of ladies who are manufacturing more than 100 products, which are very, very popular abroad. European, they like it, they can pay you any price. So I request you that you ask your person in the Jharkhand to locate and help those ladies who are located in the remote areas and have the skill in that crochet, making more than 100%. Thank you for that.
Any more questions?
Good afternoon, everyone. I have a small startup. Its name is Literary Foundation. I have a question. Is there any scope in the startup for the education and training? Because all the time I apply, I haven't seen this on the platform of education and training, anything available for the startups. For the education sector, yeah.
Yes. We are sector agnostic in the sense that we entertain entrepreneurs from just about every manufacturing, services, and so on, because we are not providing trade skills. We are providing entrepreneurship skills, which then can get utilized in the marketplace with the help of a mentor. We have had many instances of good, I think my team would know better, but I remember from way back, a person in the south of India who started a school. I believe it was a special type of school with people with special needs, and it went on to do very well. So I think it essentially depends upon the type of proposal that it is. As long as it's viable and it is scalable, and it is something that that can be sustainable also, I believe all sectors are welcome.
But education has a lot of scope, training programs, they have a lot of scope in Delhi, because most of the people after class 12 look for training programs. So it's a scalable business program. So will startup platform will do anything for that in near future, in Delhi especially?
I strongly recommend you to talk to my team, the mentors, the entrepreneurs. They are all over the place. In fact, this whole program is entirely to encourage potential entrepreneurs like yourself to go ahead and explore.
Thank you so much.
Anyone else who would like to ask questions from our esteemed panelists?
I believe this. There were some questions from the other regions too, but somehow, because this panel was just before lunch, we kind of put a stop to that. So maybe in the post-lunch, if there are any questions, we can put it together and then take it up in that session too.
Surely, ma'am, we will address this. All right, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude this session, once again, I would like to call upon the dais Mr. Subodh Bhargava, Chairman, BOT BYST. Once again, let's welcome him with a huge round of applause. Come on, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank Niranjan for sharing your story, which I'm sure will inspire and motivate many more youth to plunge into entrepreneurship. Despite all the hardships, I think a committed entrepreneur is bound to succeed. Our BYST entrepreneur story tells us that almost all succeed. Let me also thank all the mentors who are here and also on Zoom for their unique support to our entrepreneur. I think their contribution in the success of the entrepreneur has been absolutely innumerable, outstanding support. And as I mentioned, Raman, BYST has operated in the startup space only. Each of our entrepreneurs started up an enterprise, and each of our mentors has mentored a startup from base zero. So I think this, what you suggested about entrepreneurship program and the startup, I'm sure our mentors would be able to contribute very significantly with their experience of guiding the startups. I would like to thank Mr. Raman and Ms. Anne for your time and sharing your perspective with the audience here. Thank you very much. Let me just comment on two things, Lakshmi. One you said was 38% of the entrepreneurs don't have a smartphone. My suggestion to my mentor friends is that please incorporate CapEx for a smartphone in your project report. I'm sure no banker or no funder would object to that. And of course, the first session very rightly talked about also incorporating the ESG perspective of the entrepreneur and the enterprise going forward. And I think these two focus on upcoming entrepreneur would go a long way in national objectives to be met, both of job creation and of ESG. Ms. Ann talked about G20, and Lakshmi, my suggestion is that we need to get locked into B20, especially for the startup panels. I'm sure there will be a mutual gain in that. Today's program demonstrates how NGOs, corporates, banks, government and civil society come together to identify and nurture grassroots entrepreneur. I'm sure that with the support of and partnership with like-minded organizations like SIDBI, British High Commission, and our donors, BIST will scale up its program and create many more entrepreneurs and achieve the target what Lakshmi had talked about. Let me once again thank you all for being part of this session and part of this event today. We will now, I suppose, I don't have to announce lunch. The MC will do that because I don't know whether I'll get lunch or no. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now requesting you to please hand over the mementos to Ms. Anna Shortbolt.
So, needs to have been announced earlier is that each of our hampers consists of BYST entrepreneur products. So these are something very special for our guests.
Congratulations, Ms. Anna. Now requesting Mr. Subodh to please present the memento to Mr. Siva Subramanian Raman. Thank you for joining us today, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, finally the time has been arrived for which you all have been waiting for. So now we will break for lunch, and during the break simultaneously, we have arranged for a networking session for our entrepreneurs and mentors in the Tagore Hall at the right side of exit door. Please make use of the opportunity to interact and network with senior team mentors and high flyer entrepreneurs from across India. And also please make sure to collect your dog packs from the registration counter, and inside the pack you will find the coupon and drop one part of into the lucky dip box, which is kept outside the hall, and also retain the other part with you. The 3 lucky winners will be announced from the draw at the end of the program. Thank you so much. Requesting everyone to reassemble inside the hall at 3 p.m. sharp. Thank you so much.
सर मेरे पास
अभी देखो, अभी देखो, अभी देखो जरा।
बाद में नहीं होगा तो पूछते हैं और क्या करें।
क्या निकाला, लगाओ ना, लगाओ।
तो क्या बोल सकते हैं इसको, क्या बोल सकते हैं।
लो देखो, मेरे दोनों कनेक्शन के बाद भी हमें खत्म हो गया। इसे भी हटा देते हैं लोग, अभी भी आ रही है हमें। एलईडी वाली हटाना, अभी भी आ रही है हमें। अब तो हमारा कहीं नहीं है कनेक्शन, ये अर्थिंग लेगा। अब तो कहीं नहीं अर्थिंग लेना चाहिए, अभी भी हमें आ रही है। नहीं यार, उससे कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। अब म्यूट कर दिया मैंने, उससे कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है भाई। प्रॉब्लम कुछ और ही है, अर्थिंग अर्थिंग की प्रॉब्लम है। ये भी है ये नॉन और तेज हो गई
कॉलर चल रहा है
तेज हो गई और तेज हो गई।
कॉलर चल रहा है कॉलर नहीं चल रहा
Hello.
Hello, check. Hello, check.
6,000 BYST mentors have been trained and accredited by City and Guilds UK. As on 2019, BYST has supported over 8,000 entrepreneurs, handheld by 6,000 mentors, of which 10% grampreneurs have become millionaires. Rooted in the Indian Guru Shishya Parampara, BYST's entrepreneurship development model builds awareness, identifies underprivileged aspiring youth, trains and facilitates financing through banks, and thereafter mentors them. Apart from one-on-one counseling under BYST's innovative schemes like mobile mentor clinics, experienced mentors travel to the village doorsteps to counsel and guide the grampreneurs. These grampreneurs in turn have created more than 250,000 jobs, winning national and international awards. Under Youth Business International Network, BYST has helped to set up similar programs in other countries. In India, BYST has expanded and set up regional clusters in Delhi NCR, Chennai, Maharashtra, Odisha, Telangana, and Assam. BYST envisions expanding nationally, growing to 66,000 with the help of 20,000 mentors by 2024. Marching towards unleashing potential, creating grampreneurs, building India.
ମୁଁ ବାସନ୍ତୀ ରଣା କୁମାରୀ ଜାରକା ଯାଜପୁର ମୁଁ ମୋ ନିଜସ୍ୱ ଇଏରେ ମେସିନ୍ କିଣିଥିଲି ମୋତେ ଆଗକୁ ବଢିବାର ଥିଲା ଯାହା ଦ୍ୱାରା କି ଛୋଟିଆ ବିଜନେସ୍ ମୋତେ କିଛି ମାନେ ନଥିଲା ମୋର ମୋତେ ବହୁତ କିଛି କରିବାର ଥିଲା ମୋର ଗୋଟେ ଇଚ୍ଛା ଥିଲା ଯେ ମୁଁ ଗୋଟେ ବଡ଼ ଇଣ୍ଡଷ୍ଟ୍ରିଆଲ ହେବି କେମିତି ଗୋଟେ କ'ଣ କରିବି ତ ସେଥିପାଇଁ ମୋତେ ଥରେ ଏମିତି ବହୁତ ଚିନ୍ତାରେ ଥିଲି ମୋର ଗୋଟେ ବନ୍ଧୁ ଆସିକି ମୋତେ କହିଲା କି ଭାରତୀୟ ଯୁବଶକ୍ତି ଟ୍ରଷ୍ଟ ଭଳି ଏମିତି ଗୋଟେ ସଂସ୍ଥା ଅଛି ଯାହାଦ୍ୱାରା କି ଆମମାନଙ୍କୁ ଆଗକୁ ବଢିବାରେ ସାହାଯ୍ୟ କରିପାରିବ। ସେ 1 ଲକ୍ଷ ଟଙ୍କା ଆଣିକିନି ମୁଁ ମୋର ଏଇ ମେସିନ୍ କିଣିଲି ଆଉ କିଛି ଛୋଟ ଛୋଟ ମେସିନ୍ ମଧ୍ୟ କିଣିଛି। ଭଲ ସୁଯୋଗ ମୋତେ ଆସିଲା କ'ଣ କି ସେ ମୋତେ ଗୋଟେ ଭଲ ମେଣ୍ଟର ଆଣିକି ମୋ ସହିତ ରହିବାକୁ ଦେଲେ ସେ ମେଣ୍ଟର ନାଁ ହେଉଛି ଇସ୍ତାନ ହୁସେନ ମୁଁ କେମିତି ଆଗକୁ ବଢିବି କ'ଣ କରିବି ସେଥିପାଇଁ ସେ ମୋତେ ବହୁତ ସହଯୋଗ ଦଉଛନ୍ତି ପୂର୍ଣ୍ଣ ମାତ୍ରାରେ। ଭାରତୀୟ ଯୁବଶକ୍ତି ଟ୍ରଷ୍ଟ ଯେଭଳି ଭାବେ ମୋତେ ମୋ ଭଳି ଜଣେ ଫିଜିକାଲି ହ୍ୟାଣ୍ଡିକ୍ୟାପ୍ଟକୁ ସହଯୋଗ କରିଛନ୍ତି ମୋର ଆଶା ଯେ କି ଆମ ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ଯାଜପୁରରେ ଆମର ଗଢି ଉଠିଛି BYST ଆଉ ଟାଟା ଷ୍ଟିଲର ମିଳିତ ଉଦ୍ୟମରେ ଅନେକ ଲୋକ
Requesting everyone to please take your seats. We are starting shortly. Thank you.
ଟାଟା ଷ୍ଟିଲର କେମିତି ଆଗକୁ ଆହୁରି ଅନେକ ଉଦ୍ୟୋଗୀ ସୃଷ୍ଟି
नमस्कार माझं नाव अभिनय डोमे ते माझे पार्टनर रिनाथ कोष्टी अजय गायकवाड आम्ही एक शैक्षणिक प्रकाशक आहोत आम्ही तिघही गरीब कुटुंबातून पुढे आलो सुरुवातीला 10 वर्ष आम्ही एका खाजगी प्रकाशन संस्थेमध्ये अगदी तुटपुंज पगारावर काम करतो मग आम्ही स्वतःचा व्यवसाय करण्याचा धाडसी निर्णय घेतला हॉस्टेल प्रकाशन स्वस्त दरामध्ये उत्कृष्ट शैक्षणिक साहित्य पुरवतो सुरुवातीला आम्हाला व्यवसाय वाढीसाठी बऱ्याच अडचणींचा सामना करावा लागला त्या दरम्यान आम्हाला BYSTची माहिती मिळाली BYSTने आम्हाला आर्थिक सहाय्य व व्यवसाय मार्गदर्शनही पुरवलं 2007 साली आम्ही एका पुस्तकापासून सुरुवात केली आज जवळजवळ 52 पुस्तकं आम्ही प्रकाशित केलेली आहेत ही पुस्तके महाराष्ट्रातल्या अनेक शाळांना पुरवली जातात आणि विद्यार्थ्यांच्या शैक्षणिक गुणवत्तेमध्ये लक्षणीय वाढ झालेली आहे माझे मेंटर श्री विजय सिंह मोरे यांचे मोलाचे मार्गदर्शन आम्हाला लाभले
आणि आता किती झालं टर्नओव्हर आपला
सर भेटेल दाखवला आहे. व्हेरी गुड. हा अवॉर्ड आम्हाला मिळाला कारण या क्षेत्रामध्ये बऱ्याच नामांकित कंपन्या आहेत त्यांच्याबरोबर स्पर्धा करून यशस्वी होणं सोपं काम नव्हतं. आम्ही ते आव्हान स्वीकारलं आणि अथक परिश्रम करून यशस्वी झालो. आमची सामाजिक बांधिलकी म्हणून आम्ही गरीब विद्यार्थ्यांना पुस्तके वाटतो. भविष्यात इतर भाषेमध्ये तसंच कॉलेजसाठी आम्ही पुस्तके तयार करणार आहोत. आम्हाला ज्यांनी सहकार्य केलं त्यांचे आम्ही आभारी आहोत. कृपया आम्हाला वोट करा.
Requesting everyone to kindly take your seats. We are starting the session right away. And I would like to inform everyone present here that this event is an eco-friendly event. Most of the paper being used is recycled. The cords of the name tags are made up of khadi, and we have used QR codes for registration and product details. Please make sure to collect your dog packs from the registration counter. Inside the pack, you will find a coupon. Please open the coupon and drop one part of it into the lucky dip, which was already placed outside. Retain the other part with you. The 3 lucky winners will be announced from the draw at the end of the program. And also along with this, in the pack, you will find a seed pen. This is made up of recycled paper, and this can be planted into the soil after you have finished using. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome everyone to the final session of today's day-long event on empowering grassroots startups for sustainable development. But before proceeding further, once again, can we have a huge round of applause for today's session? Come on. And I'm your host for the day, Akansha Gupta. I invite the speakers for the session to occupy the dais. Mr. Vipin Sondhi, Ms. Evinder Gill, Ms. Glory Swarupa, Mr. Sanjeev Bichandani, Mr. Ashish Kundra, Mr. Sanjay Bajaj, and Mr. Samir Kapoor, requesting all the distinguished speakers to please join us on the stage. To set the context of the panel discussion, I call upon Session Chair, Mr. Vipin Sondhi, Member Board of Trustee, BYST. Mr. Vipin Sondhi is an alumnus of the Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad, and the Indian Institute of Technology, New Delhi. Former MD and CEO, Ashok Leyland and JCB India, and has received several awards and honors like CEO India Awards, Udyog Ratan Awards, CII Young Managers Trophy, and so on. Requesting Vipin sir to please take over.
Thank you very much, Akanksha. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, my esteemed panel, BYST Lakshmi and her team. Welcome you all to this very exciting session promoting digital readiness of small and medium industries. And it's a great pleasure to be part of this event of empowering grassroots startups for sustainable development on the occasion of the National Startup Day. I'd like to, at the outset, congratulate BYST for bringing us together today to discuss and debate the need to encourage and empower small and mid-sized enterprises to embrace digital good practices. Many of you would know that over the last 30 years, BYST has not only supported nearly 12,500 rural entrepreneurs, but also has been working rigorously on its digital transformation and the digital readiness of the supported grampreneurs under the guidance of our technology subcommittee, which comprises experienced information technology executives and experts in the digital space. Drawn for BYST's long-term partners and reputed organizations, and I've got my colleague in the committee, Sanjay, here, and reputed organizations, the technology subcommittee members act as a guide to execute the digital strategies of the BYST board and direct senior management. We accelerated the development of several tools and apps for our entrepreneurs and mentors, like Namaste Grampreneur Helpline, Mentor Online Learning, and Entrepreneur Online Platforms, Mentor and Entrepreneur Apps, integration of CRM, and so on. BYST supported entrepreneurs are adopting digital readiness, and I'll mention three of them. One, the digital presence of their business. Two, adopting a digital mode of payment. And three, digital marketing. And the virtual participation of 1,500 entrepreneurs and mentors from 11 states today demonstrates the impact of the effort put into digital readiness by BYST post-COVID. I look forward to a vibrant and energetic exchange that is sure to ensue from today's dialogue and interaction between the eminent panel members. And I believe the session will help bring out interesting viewpoints, thoughts, and experiences of top leaders, small and medium-sized entrepreneurs in every sector to embrace digital solutions. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I call upon BYST high flyer entrepreneur, Mr. Arun Aftade from Pune, to share his experience with all of us. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause.
Arun Athwade, Udyogi.
Thank you so much. Very good afternoon. About my experience, well, my name is Arun Aftade, and I am founder of Irish Polymer Industries Private Limited. We started our company in 2011, and from 10 to till 13 years, almost 12 years. I'll give you some technological experience. Basically, we work on 3 P's like people, process, and product. So ये 3 लोगों को एक जगह पे लाना, it's very, very difficult. So recently we work with some technologies like production, sales, then purchase, all are integrated with one software. So as a decision maker, मुझे real time data मिल जाता है, जिसके बेसिस पे मैं एक right decision ले पाता हूँ. Not only this, in COVID से पहले हमारा सेल्स टीम डिफरेंट रीजन में काम करते थे, तो एक जगह पे लाने के लिए पहले ट्रैवल कॉस्ट बहुत ज्यादा था. नाउ इन कोविड में हमने स्टार्टेड वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग वीसी, जहाँ पे हमारी कॉस्ट जो है अभी ऑलमोस्ट लगभग 30 to 40% कॉस्ट हमारी ड्रॉप है. इवन हमारा कोई कैंडिडेट का इंटरव्यूज होते थे, तो पहले हम वो फिजिकली ऑफिस में लेते थे. नाउ वी आर स्टार्टेड इंटरव्यूज इन वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसेस. सो ये छोटे छोटे जो स्टेप्स है, जिससे हमारी कॉस्ट तो ड्रॉप हुई है, बट सबसे ज्यादा हमें जो बेनिफिट मिला है वो बेनिफिट है कि एक तो कॉस्ट तो है, प्लस रियल टाइम डेटाज एंड रियल टाइम डिसीजन मेकिंग हो रहा है, जो पहले टाइम्स बहुत ज्यादा कंज्यूम होता था. आज की डेट में हमारा प्रोडक्शन, अभी मेरी फैक्ट्री में कितना प्रोडक्शन हुआ है ये समझने के लिए बिफोर एक टाइम पे मुझे फोन करना पड़ता था कितना हुआ है क्या हुआ है. नाउ टुडेज डेट में मुझे मेरे मोबाइल पे पता चलता है कि मॉर्निंग में क्या हुआ है, अब भी 12 बजे तक क्या हुआ है, कितना डिस्पैच हुआ है, कितना सेल्स हुआ है, हमारा सेल्स का फोरकास्ट कितना है। तो इट विल वेरी मच हेल्प मी। लास्ट ईयर में हमने 21 करोड़ का रेवेन्यू जनरेट किया। नाउ दिस ईयर वी आर प्लानिंग, अभी तक हमारा 28 करोड़ क्रॉस हो चुका है, प्रोबेबली 36 करोड़ क्रॉस हो जाएगा। सो जो हमारे लिए मैन पावर एफर्ट्स हो रही थी वो पूरा रिड्यूस हो चुकी है, जिससे हमको एक कंट्रोल रियल टाइम मैकेनिज्म बोल सकते हैं, या कंट्रोल मैकेनिज्म हमारे हाथ में आ गया। सो इट विल वेरी बेनिफिशियल। सो जो भी हमारे एंटरप्रेन्योर भाई है उनके लिए मेरा यही रहेगा कि थोड़ा सा आप ये टेक्नोलॉजी दे दीजिए, जिसका आपका कॉस्ट, टाइम और एफर्ट्स बहुत ज्यादा सेव हो जाएगा। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you so much. Now I invite Ms. Evinder Gill, Associate Editor, Financial Express, to moderate today's panel discussion on promoting digital readiness of small and medium enterprises. She is responsible for bringing out the Sunday Financial Express, handling both business news and features. She leads her team for stories on business trends, corporates, startups, arts, literature, culture, lifestyle, science, and more that make up the Sunday paper. Her own writings include corporate interviews, profiles, literature, arts, food, hospitality, and science. Let's have a huge round of applause for Ms. Evinder Gill. Requesting you, ma'am, to please take over.
Welcome to this.
आपण अरुण अवतडे आपले पुण्यातले उद्योजक त्यांच्याबद्दल त्यांच्याकडून
On promoting digital readiness of small and medium enterprises. In today's world, being technologically driven is imperative for everyone, and all the more for small businesses, because for them it drives down costs, it enables market access, it increases efficiency, and ensures connectivity with all stakeholders. And while we have a host of solutions for enabling digitalization, it comes with its own set of challenges. And this is what we'll talk about today, and we have with us today Ms. Glory Swarupa, who's the Director General of the National Institute of Small and Medium Enterprises, Hyderabad. Mr. Sanjay Bajaj, Senior Vice President, BFSI, Birlasoft, which is a global IT services provider. Mr. Ashish Kundra, who's Principal Secretary, Government of Delhi. And Mr. Sanjeev Deekchandani, founder of InfoEdge, which owns Naukri.com. Mr. Sameer Kapoor, who's the Senior Advisor for Development Alternatives, a social enterprise and think tank based in New Delhi, involved in sustainable development. And Mr. Arun Avtare, who you just heard talking about his enterprise. He's the owner of Iris Polymer and is based in Pune. So, Ms. Swarupa, I'll start with you with getting a government perspective first. So what is the government push for promoting SMEs, especially since COVID was a huge setback for small enterprises, particularly, and is at NIMSME, do you see a concerted push for SMEs post-pandemic?
Namaskar. I'm Dr. Glory Swarupa, Director General, National Institute for MSME, Ministry of MSME, Government of India. My compliments to Dr. Lakshmi and her team. And I congratulate all the entrepreneurs and grampreneurs present over here. I also, convey my greetings to eminent panelists here and esteemed participants. From Ministry of MSME, during COVID, even before COVID, there are many initiatives to support the sector and also for the growth and development of the sector also. During COVID, our ministry has taken very, very important steps, rather, policy decisions and many schemes have been rolled out. One such initiative was a task force. A task force has been established to take care of Industry 4.0. I think most of the practicing professionals and development professionals, they are aware the industrial revolution in India. So now we are in fourth phase of industrial revolution, that is 4.0. That refers to all the smart technologies, future technologies. So what so-called we are discussing about digitization. A task force committee has been constituted. I am also a member of the task force committee. From there, many initiatives have been taken up. The first one was Champions Portal. If you go to Ministry of MSME website, you will find a icon called Champions Portal. So that was initiated to take care of the payment issues, grievances during COVID. So many payments were stalled. Even the loan disbursement was not happening. The installments were not being released. So there were all issues with related to the finances. So Champions Desk has been set up. It operates in hub and spoke model. The hub was set up in Delhi. Spokes were set up in all the states. Every state we have one MSME DFO, Development and Facilitation Office. So they are the spokes who any entrepreneur having the issue with their payments. So they can go to this Champions portal, register their grievance. That will be directed to the state office. The state office has set up facilitation council to resolve the issue between the individuals, between the individual and organization, or institution and organization, institution and individual, like that. So many issues have been resolved. Even from national institution, we could help one entrepreneur, though we don't directly deal with the entrepreneur. That was one good initiative. Then they have come out with Udyam registration. I think here many entrepreneurs are present. Earlier it was called UAM, Udyog Aadhar Memorandum. So that was being done physically or online mode, but now it is completely made into online mode only. That is Udyam registration. So you may ask me, so by getting into converting from UAM to Udyam portal, so what do you get? You will be entitled for the benefits and the subsidies or the incentives that are meant for the micro entrepreneurs, set up by Government of India through Ministry of MSME. During COVID, raw material was an issue, then exports were an issue, then licenses, and to upscale the business, like converting a particular activity, like somebody was manufacturing maybe packaging water, but they wanted to get into making sanitizer, or the domestic chemicals, what is required to take care of all the issues related to COVID at home level. So those materials got very popular during COVID. The sanitary measures, many protocols related to tackle the COVID. So if they want to convert that, some technology upgradation is required. So to take care of all that, so this Udyam portal has been established. Somebody want to change, business line of activity. So even now, all the MSMEs are mandated. We have 6.3 crore MSMEs in India. All the MSMEs are mandated to get into this Udyam registration. So that was another important initiative taken by our ministry. And on June 30th last year, Honorable Prime Minister have launched Udyam Bharat. So under this Udyam Bharat, again, 2-3 important schemes have been rolled out. One is capacity building of first-time exporters. So because a call was given by the nation to be Atmanirbhar. To become Atmanirbhar, so we have to produce it locally, and we have to export also, and we have to restrict the imports. So we have to minimize the imports and we have to maximize the exports. For that, capacity building is very much important. So how to get into this exports, business? So what are the compliances, procedures, all these things. So capacity building has been launched, and it is being taken care by this DFOs and state industries departments. So you can reach out these offices for all these assistance. So this all will help the micro entrepreneur or grampreneur to go to the digital mode. So through this capacity building or all the assistance. And from our institute, we have taken a couple of initiatives. Our ministry also has launched innovative scheme. So under this innovative scheme, so to promote the innovations, so domestic innovations to go to exports. Again, once we talk about exports, it's again everything digital. Every innovative idea will be assisted by 15 lakhs, up to 15 lakh rupees. So you can approach this MSME DFO. So we completed 2 versions of this hackathons. Regularly it will happen. So you can approach our offices at every state. So you have office, we have office in Mumbai and Pune also we have office. I think BYST, they have very good presence in Maharashtra, Haryana and Tamil Nadu, Hyderabad. So you can disseminate this information. So through this innovative scheme, many innovations can come up even for this, promote green technologies and environment friendly technologies and digital operations also. And we are planning to set up a center of excellence to promote all the future technologies, that is augmented reality, virtual reality, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and many drones. Even students, science and technology students, they are manufacturing the drones to take up operations related to healthcare and agriculture. And in other areas also it is expanding. So to impart the training, capacity building of the science and technology faculty. So if the faculty are equipped with these skills, they can encourage and motivate the students to become the entrepreneurs, and the future is for this future technologies. We are talking about industry 4.4, but soon we are going to embrace industry 5.0. So that will be everything on digital platform. So we are making all these efforts so that the MSME sector in particular and the micro entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs in general also can take the benefits from the initiatives and the schemes supported by Ministry of MSME and NIMSME. And most of the grampreneurs, I understood that they are from rural area. So we have couple of schemes which we are the nodal agency from ministry. One is the Spurti scheme of fund for regeneration of traditional industries. This is exclusively to regenerate the traditional industry, agro and food based, handmade arts and crafts, handlooms, handicrafts, anything made of natural things, wood, fiber, cotton, metal, anything. So we are the nodal agency. You can approach us. We will help you out. If 200 members are together, beneficiaries are together, up to 5 crore assistance is given. So, and therein we'll teach how to go even online marketing, e-commerce, so branding, all these things were taught, and also common facilities created to, do a smart manufacturing in traditional art and craft, what they are doing. It could be farmers, it could be group of women, it could be a farmer producer organization, SHG members, anyone it could be. That is one good scheme. We are already implementing 150 clusters we have completed. At present, we are operating 40 clusters across India. Another scheme we are implementing is Aspire. Under that, I think BYST, they have offices in some states. So your office could be one of the livelihood business incubator. So any of the livelihood that can be promoted among the group of beneficiaries. So this scheme can be availed. Assistance up to 1 crore is given for the capacity building and also for the machinery. So through this, the beneficiaries can be imparted a lot of skills, knowledge, and information, so that the community at large is benefited, including the students of ITI and Polytechnic, so that the MSME sector will improve its exports and contribute more for the GDP and also employment generation of the unemployed. So these are some of the initiatives we have taken up. There are many, but there is a time constraint. You can reach NIMSME, our institute, through social media, email, any platform, and State Industries Department and MSME DFO, Development and Facilitation Office. You will be given the assistance so that India will become truly Atmanirbhar. And I'm thankful to the BYST for giving me an opportunity, and my best wishes, and I wish all the success to the grampreneurs and entrepreneurs. Thank you.
Mr. Rupa. So, Mr. Kundra, you are working with the government of Delhi and actively promoting sustainable transport in the city. So, how big a part do SMEs play in your this endeavor and being partners in development for the capital?
Thank you. Actually, while I was kind of prepared to talk about transport, since I'm dealing with the subject right now, but I think today the audience, मैं देख रहा हूँ कि बहुत सारे लोग कई अलग-अलग जगह से, गांव से, छोटे कस्बों से लोग आए हुए हैं और जुड़े हुए हैं हमारे साथ तमाम शहरों से। तो मैं एक अलग पर्सपेक्टिव अपने पिछले एक्सपीरियंस से देना चाहता हूँ। जब मैं इससे पहले नॉर्थ ईस्ट में मैंने काम किया 5 साल और मैं समझता हूँ नॉर्थ ईस्ट इंडिया का एक सबसे पिछड़ा हुआ इलाका एक लिहाज से। बहुत साल तरक्की नहीं हुई, डेवलपमेंट नहीं हुई, सड़कें नहीं थी, कहीं कुछ नहीं था। लेकिन पिछले 5-7 सालों में वहाँ एक बहुत बदलाव आ रहा है और उसकी बदलाव की वजह जो एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप की स्पिरिट है बिकॉज ऑफ डिजिटल एंटरप्राइज। अब देखिए आज की डेट में हिंदुस्तान में 1.2 बिलियन स्मार्टफोन यूजर्स हैं। पिछले साल 72 बिलियन ट्रांजैक्शन डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शन हुए। जो आधार का, जनधन का और जो एक बैंकिंग यूपीआई और भीम का एक आर्किटेक्चर बना है, उसके जरिए एक एम्पावरमेंट जो गांव में बैठे हमारे एंटरप्रेन्योर्स हैं, उनकी बहुत जबरदस्त एक एम्पावरमेंट हुई है। तो मैं आपको कुछ 1-2 किस्से बताता हूँ कि जैसे मेघालय के अंदर जो एक नॉर्थ ईस्ट में आसाम से भी आगे इलाका है, वहाँ पे एक लड़की 28-30 साल की लड़की है, उसने ऑर्गेनिक कॉफी उगानी शुरू करी। अब कॉफी तो उग गई, बेचें कैसे? तो उन्होंने अमेज़न का एक सिस्टर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन अमेज़न सहेली, उसके साथ टाई अप करके उस पे मार्केटिंग करी और उसके साथ वो बेचने लगी। ऐसे ही अरुणाचल प्रदेश में एक सज्जन थे, बहुत ही वो भी 28-30 साल के, वो हैंडलूम के हैंडीक्राफ्ट के कुछ प्रोडक्ट बना रहे थे। उन्होंने फेसबुक के साथ अपना प्रोडक्ट उसके ऊपर इंस्टाग्राम के ऊपर डिस्प्ले किया कि कितनी कीमत है, क्या क्वालिटी है और डिजिटल तौर पे उसकी पेमेंट आने लगी। तो उसका सामान जो पहले जा ही नहीं सकता था कहीं पे, वो मार्केट सडनली बढ़ गई। जो गांव के लोग हैं अक्सर उनकी जो मार्केट है वो इसकी सीमा रहती थी गांव में, चलो ज्यादा से ज्यादा शहर डिस्ट्रिक्ट हेडक्वार्टर तक बेच लेंगे। लेकिन जो एम्पावरमेंट डिजिटल मीडियम के जरिए लोगों की हुई है कि उसकी मार्केट का साइज बढ़ गया है। उससे उससे अंदाजा नहीं लगाया जा सकता, खासतौर पे जो दूर दराज के इलाके हैं, कि ज्योग्राफी के बैरियर जो टूट गए हैं, उससे एक एक नया बदलाव आ रहा है। और मैं समझता हूँ जो हमारे छोटे शहरों के लोग हैं, जो टियर 2 टियर 3 सिटीज बोलते हैं, वहां से इंजीनियर वगैरह भी जो निकल रहे हैं आज की डेट में, वो छोटी एंटरप्राइज से संतुष्ट नहीं है। मैं अगर दिल्ली का उदाहरण लूं, आज की डेट में जो चार्जिंग कंपनीज हैं, जो इलेक्ट्रिक मोबिलिटी में जुड़ी हैं, बैटरी बनाने वाली कंपनीज हैं, गाड़ियों को एग्रीगेट करने वाली कंपनीज हैं, उसमें सारे लोग 28-30 साल के लड़के हैं। वो छोटे शहरों से आए हैं और वो इतने सक्सेसफुल, इतने कामयाब हैं, इसका अंदाजा लगाया नहीं जा सकता। तो मैं आज एक इस फोरम पे केवल ये कहना चाहूंगा दैट डिजिटल medium has given an opportunity which was unthinkable maybe a decade ago, and it is a huge boon for youngsters of India.
Ikchandani. Sir, regarding market access, which Mr. Kundra just talked about, do you think government initiatives like ONDC and platforms like InstaMojo, where entrepreneurs can set up their own e-com websites, are enough? Or do we need something bigger? And what is your opinion?
नहीं, मेरा जो मानना है कि काफी कुछ हो रहा है। आई थिंक सरकार ने बहुत बढ़िया काम किया है, through whether it's UPI stack, whether it is Digital India. I think उससे बहुत फायदा हुआ है। Democratization of access to digital platforms has been huge and immense. हम एक टेक्नोलॉजी कंपनी है, लेकिन मुझे याद है अब आज से 20-22 साल पहले हमने just expanded our sales team. Sales के लोग लगाए थे all India, and we were an internet company, but we were not yet mobile telephony was expensive, महंगा था फोन करना, right? And we were making a loss that time. तो हमने एक सिंपल चीज की थी। उस समय स्मार्टफोन नहीं थे, सबके पास मोबाइल फोन थे, but it was expensive. It is a very simple thing. We started a Yahoo group, Yahoo email group, and हमने ऑल इंडिया सेल्स टीम सब लोग थे 70-80 लोग, प्लस द मार्केटिंग टीम, प्लस प्रोडक्ट टीम, प्लस टेक्नोलॉजी इंजीनियरिंग टीम, प्लस ऑल सीनियर मैनेजमेंट, सबको एक ग्रुप पे डाल दिया। और हमने एक चीज बोली सेल्स टीम को कि आप हर रोज 3-4 सेल्स कॉल करते हो एचआर मैनेजर्स पे टू सेल नौकरी, जो कुछ भी फीडबैक मिले आप इस ग्रुप पे डाल दीजिए। एंड if there were 70 people doing 200-250 meetings a day, कम से कम 70-80 फीडबैक आ जाते थे हर रोज। और हमारा जो एंटायर न्यू प्रोडक्ट डेवलपमेंट एजेंडा था, how to improve, how to innovate, was driven by feedback from the customer. You don't need complicated CRM to get started. You don't need, you just need very simple techniques. Start with one use case that's compelling, which is useful, and implement that on a very simple existing technology platform. And slowly, you will adopt it. So get started.
How challenging, I mean, your organization is empaneled with the government for digitalization of entrepreneurs. So how challenging have you felt is it to modernize existing setups rather than, new, brand new SMEs, especially the traditional industries?
See, the more we travel in the rural areas, हम लोग एक चीज realize कर रहे हैं कि सभी entrepreneurs को हम एक ब्रश से पेंट नहीं कर सकते। कुछ एरियाज में कनेक्टिविटी है, कुछ में अच्छी है, कुछ में नहीं है। कुछ यंगस्टर्स हैं, कुछ लेडीज हैं, कुछ मोर entrepreneurial हैं और कुछ लर्न करना चाहते हैं टेक्नोलॉजी को। So you have to look at different segments. Number one. Number two, what we realize कि एक चीज जो कॉमन है सब entrepreneurs और अरुण और निरंजन जैसे लोगों में, the ambition, the desire to do well. और मैं आपको एक एग्जांपल देता हूँ। एक छोटे से गांव छत्तीसगढ़ में, मैं एक छोटे से गांव में था, तो वहाँ 30-40 लेडीज से बात हो रही थी और हमने रियलाइज किया कि वो लेडीज ने अपने आप यूट्यूब से कैंडल बनाना, बैंगल्स बनाना और बहुत प्राउडली कुछ ब्रोचेस पहने हुए थे वो खुद बना रही थी और किसी ने सिखाया नहीं था उनको। तो वो जो लोग थे वो आपस में वो peer to peer teaching, just driven by the ambition and availability of easy platforms. तो हम ये देख रहे हैं कि अगर empowering platforms which do not lead to dependency but enabling platforms are there, the energy in the rural areas is enough for them to experiment, do hits and misses and learn. And that is something which is has become the focus that we are doing. So हमने 2-3 platforms create किए हैं। एक अभी हमने complete उसका pilot किया है called the Buddy Box, जिसका सिर्फ ये काम है to give the entrepreneur and an individual information, access to platforms. If they want to register on some platform, they can come and do it. So we want to handle, and I think the mentoring concept of BYST is brilliant because that is all that they need. If you have platforms which are simple to use and available, then अब उसको हम existing business से लें, नए business से लें, it all depends on the person. So what we do is we call it the first step of our interaction is listening to define a persona, and then you customize your solution to the persona to the extent possible. So that's the approach that we are taking.
You, Mr. Bajaj, at Birla. So what have you felt is the biggest challenge for getting SMEs? Is it internet connectivity, its lack of awareness, or lack of infrastructure and skill? Infrastructure could also mean, of course, access to smartphones and devices.
No, thank you for the question. I think I'll just say as part of my job, and also I'm part of the technical subcommittee for BYST. And I was involved for the last 4 years, and we were all meeting in person every time, once a quarter. And then suddenly that COVID happened, and we all realized that, are we really digital ready ourselves? Are we really connected? And I think it was still easy for us because we just got into the Zoom and then we started working. But I think tremendous work has been done. I think we've heard so many stories today from a lot of mentors and entrepreneurs, and we have seen that how far they have come across, right, in terms of the connectivity and in terms of building the value. And I think I've heard some people, we got an award from Mr. Bilal. He jumped into that whole laptop rental and got into all digital and online, and he just connected and created a new set of business. And but and we also heard something like, okay, there are entrepreneurs, who are just 38% connected today, or maybe they do not have proper coverage, or they do not have reliable connection, in my opinion. So I call it as a meaningful connectivity. Although they are covered, they are connected, but they're not meaningful, maybe. But I still, just to answer your question, I still feel that two things are still very important to be digital ready. I think one is that awareness, what a digital business can change for you, what it can do. I think you have to look into all your parts of your business, small, medium, anything. You pick it up and say, how can I bring more customers? How can I bring more revenue generation? And I think that is important to know what a digital can make a difference for you. So I think that's one, awareness is very important. I know a lot of mentors are working into that directions, which is pretty good. And second is also the skill gap. We still feel that there is a kind of inertia with people. If I really want to go digital, how should I do that? And where should I start? And how do I get these things? So that's another one. So obviously, we just talked about platforms like ONDC, and I think slowly it's going to become like more plug and play kind of thing. So I think definitely that will make it more digital ready. Good. Thank you.
So हेलो Mr. Raftare, आप बताइए कि you are a successful entrepreneur who has achieved success with technology. So what was your biggest challenge? आपको क्या लगा?
Challenge. So, challenge. Very difficult word for me. मैं मेरा एक एक्सपीरियंस शेयर करता हूँ. मैडम प्लीज अटेंशन. हमने एक एंटरप्रेन्योर बिजनेसमैन, हमारा चैलेंज ये है कि एक स्टूडेंट को एक साल में मेरे ख्याल से 2 बार एग्जाम देना पड़ता है, पॉलिटिशियन को 5 साल में 1 बार, और एक गवर्नमेंट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को शायद 1 साल में 1 बार एग्जाम दिया तो लाइफ टाइम वो चलेगा. बट एज अ बिजनेसमैन हमको डेली एग्जाम देना पड़ता है. फ्रॉम जो हमने कल चैलेंज को किया वो अगले दिन नहीं आएगा, कहीं पे भी सिलेबस में नहीं होता है. ऑल अनप्रिडिक्टेबल चैलेंजेस रहते हैं. सो ये जो पेन है ऑल एंटरप्रेन्योर्स का है, ठीक है. बट एक अच्छी बात है कि एंटरप्रेन्योर्स में ये इनके साथ डील करने का उनका एक हैबिट हो जाता है. तो ऐसा कोई चैलेंज नहीं बोल सकते, बिकॉज चैलेंज तो आएगा, बिजनेस तो करना है, उसके साथ डील करना है. डिपेंड करेगा, वो कस्टमाइज होगा. तो हर चैलेंज का सॉल्यूशन अपनी लेवल पे अलग है. यस, थैंक यू.
What is the biggest challenge for you, getting people to come into the digital fold, or spreading in awareness of government schemes for SMEs and for digitalization?
It's not a challenge actually. So as rightly told by Mr. Sanjay, awareness, is the challenge in our nation. I can tell you that. Most of the entrepreneurs, they don't know about Ministry of MSME, the institutional mechanism set up at central level, state level, district level, at every level. The industries department, their assistants, and DFOs, their role, and other institutions like industry associations. So what do they do? And like private organizations, CII, FICCI, ASSOCHAM, all these organizations, what do they do? So awareness is not there. But definitely this digitization is not at all a challenge, because during COVID, peak COVID, first season itself, we have conducted online training program for the women entrepreneurs in Jammu and Kashmir. So we did online training for 3 months. We have to do everything in their local language, and thereafter mentoring, because mentoring is very, very important. And now we have promoted them on Amazon. So they are doing their exports. So it is not at all a challenge for an organization, but definitely for a grampreneur or a micro entrepreneur, it's a big deal. And we also did online MSME festival in Ladakh, and we could connect them with 40 countries and across the nation also. Whatever their native products, like their sea baktoon, their pashminas, their honey, their saffron, all that, we could introduce to 40 countries and other states in other states in India. So this digitization, definitely it is required for everyone, more importantly for entrepreneurs. And of course, if they approach, we can help them, we can support them. We can take them, for branding and for e-commerce and digital marketing. We are also helping in Telangana state for the FPOs, for produce to be digitally branded and digitally marketed. So the challenge is only awareness. More and more awareness has to be created.
So, Mr. Kundra, what are the measures being taken by the Delhi government to promote digitalization in SMEs? Because going digital is also going green.
Yeah, so Delhi government has got this startup policy के अलग-अलग सेक्टर में जो स्टार्टअप्स हैं खासतौर टेक्नोलॉजी एरिया में वो लोगों को कैसे कुछ सब्सिडी है कुछ इंटरेस्ट सबवेंशन है इस तरह की चीजें उसके अंदर लिखी हुई हैं तो हिसाब से कि जो अर्बन एरिया के अंदर स्टार्टअप्स हैं वो या एंटरप्रेन्योर्स हैं वो एक किस्म के हैं छोटे शहरों में दूसरे किस्म के हैं और गांव में चले जाइए बिल्कुल दूसरे किस्म के हैं सो आई जस्ट वांट टू गो टू योर प्रीवियस क्वेश्चन व्हिच इज एक्चुअली द चैलेंज एंड अगेन ड्रॉ फ्रॉम माय ओन एक्सपीरियंस अर्लियर क्योंकि बहुत से एंटरप्रेन्योर से मैंने बात उस समय वहां करी थी जहां बिल्कुल ही पिछड़ा हुआ इलाका था सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज है फाइनेंसिंग का और वो उस नौजवान के पास आइडिया है आइडिया को पहले बैंकेबल रिपोर्ट में कैसे बनाए बैंकेबल रिपोर्ट भी बन गई किस तरह से धक्के खाकू के उसके बाद उससे पैसा कैसे रेस करे क्योंकि फाइनेंसिंग नहीं मिलती बैंक कोलेटरल मांगते हैं वो कोलेटरल कहाँ से लाए सो क्वेश्चन ये है कि अनलेस हम एक प्लेटफॉर्म डिजिटल आज सब लोग जो इकट्ठा हैं मैं सुझाव ये देना चाहूंगा कि एक डिजिटल कम्युनिटी पहले तो बनाई जाए लर्निंग शेयरिंग की कि मान लो पंजाब में कोई एंटरप्रेन्योर बैठा है उसने वही सेम चीज करी हुई है वो उसने तमिलनाडु में उसको ना पता हो कैसे करना है तो एक दूसरे से कैसे सीखना है पहले तो दूसरा ये है कि अगर हम वेंचर कैपिटल फंड प्राइवेट इक्विटी फंड और बैंक्स को हम इस प्लेटफॉर्म पे ला पाए और उनको जोड़ें कि भाई कैसे ये आइडियाज हैं लेट अस से कि आपको एक आइडिया हैकाथॉन कर लेते हैं कि टॉप आइडियाज जो आएंगे उनको फिर मेंटरिंग कैसे करनी है तो ये कुछ प्रैक्टिकल एक सजेशंस हैं बाकी जैसा आप लोग ज्यादा इस फील्ड में जुड़े हैं मुझसे तो जानते होंगे
My question for you is, private sector, what is the biggest push for promoting SMEs and digitalization? Should it come from the government? Should it come from the NGOs or the private sector? I mean, which is more effective? What is your experience been?
I don't think it's either or. I think all of our players have a role to play. Connectivity or scale and connectivity, the government को ही करनी पड़ेगी. उसमें I don't think the private sector, all the civil society can take up, the scale of that problem. The second, the civil society, I think, is working very hard and should continue to work hard on inclusive
growth. I think that element is a key role that the civil society has to play. And as far as the private sector goes, we making sure that the right products and services, and there is a market for them, and they're helping them build those products and services to the level of quality, quantity, packaging, branding is a role that they can play. So I think it is an era of collaboration, private, public, civil society. Everybody need to come together and not just one at a time. That's what I believe.
Mr. Bajaj, for you at Birlasoft, what is your major push towards? Is it skilling in technology, or is it providing digital solutions for SMEs?
I think to me, both are important. I know, providing digital solutions, you can only do that if you can skill it first. So I think skilling comes really, really first. And that is the key. And we talked about awareness. We talked about various things. If we don't have required skills, we will not get the benefit out of something, right? Okay. Now, when we talk about digital, it does not mean that if I do something 0 and 1 and everything will become digital, right? It is actually how do you derive the digital value out of it? So you look into various aspects of your business and then say that, okay, really, I want to make this part of business as digital. What is the value I'm going to get out of it? And I think to me, that is very important, that you have to have that skill in place. You have to have that awareness in place. And then you can say, okay, where I can put my digital worth, where I can get the maximum value out of it.
Just to get some lessons from your own experiences, what was the biggest advantage, do you think, for a digital ready business operation? Is it minimizing costs, increasing efficiency, or what has been what?
I think when you digitize first, there's the initial cost for capex. You put devices, connectivity, software in place. But over time, the cost go down, productivity goes up. So it's actually both. But शुरू में खर्चा होगा, and उसके बाद जाके you will reap the benefits.
So you would advise budding entrepreneurs to make that investment?
Well, I think we need clarity first. What will I do with this? End game क्या होगा? तब जाके पैसे खर्च, right? And I would say get started. Do something simple, a simple use case that is useful, demonstrable, which will drive the digital goal forward. If you don't overcomplicate it to start with, just start something very simple, very small, which is useful.
So in the end, I'll ask Mr. Avtare, with the budget coming up, what is on top of your wish list for an entrepreneur like you and for SMEs in general?
Okay, thank you. Well, now as an entrepreneur, easy of doing business में हमारी country का ranking अभी भी ठीक नहीं है. Okay, it's a fact. Okay, and definitely we want to grow our country. We would like to grow. So इसके लिए we want to be export. अभी हम no doubt अभी हम 2016 से पिछले 4 साल का देखें तो अभी बहुत सारा चीज का सुधार हो चुका है, बट पूरा नहीं हो चुका है. तो इसमें अभी हमें बहुत सारा चैलेंजेस है फॉर एक्सपोर्ट्स के लिए, फॉर लाइक अभी भी हमारे पास कंप्लायंसेस इतना ज्यादा है. ठीक है, जीएसटी से कम हुआ है, बट लाइक पीएफ, ईएसआईसी, पीटी, सी वी आर रेडी टू पे. हमें पे करने में कोई आपत्ति नहीं है. सो इंटेंशन इसकी इतना सारा हायरार्की है. अभी हमको पिछले महीने एक ईएससी का छोटा सा नोटिस आया, ठीक है, उसमें हमारा एनर्जी कैलोरीज इतना बर्न हो गया कि हमारा वो बिजनेस में उतना ही कैलोरीज अगर हम बिजनेस में डालें, ठीक है, तो आई थिंक हमारा इधर गवर्नमेंट को टैक्स ज्यादा बढ़ जाएगा. सो वी आर रेडी टू पे. हमें पे करने में कोई आपत्ति नहीं है, बट ये इतना सारा कंप्लायंसेस बना के रखे हैं, प्लीज इसको हटा दीजिए, बहुत परेशानी होता है. थैंक यू.
ऑडियंस में कोई सवाल पूछना चाहते हो तो प्लीज टू द फॉर द पैनलिस्ट एनीवन माइक दे दीजिए
Can we have a mic on the left side?
Particular swan is addressed to Mrs. Glory Rupa.
Hello.
See, yesterday I was in the Wazirpur industrial area and I met more than 100 entrepreneurs and discussed with them कि भाई आपको जेम स्कीम जो है गवर्नमेंट की परचेज का उसके बारे में नॉलेज है 1% ने कहा कि हमें नॉलेज आधार की रजिस्ट्रेशन उसका ये अपना एमएसएमई यूनिट का रजिस्ट्रेशन का वो नॉलेज नहीं कुछ साल पहले एक पिक्चर आई थी चुपके चुपके चोरी चोरी उसमें जो हमारा जो छोटा उद्योग है माइक्रो उद्योग जो है वो अपने अपने धंधे में लगा हुआ है अपनी अपनी प्रोडक्शन उसको जो गवर्नमेंट की मशीनरी है इनकम टैक्स है इंस्पेक्टर्स हैं साइज किस्म के स्टेट के और सेंटर के उससे बड़ा डर लगता है घबराहट होती है कि ये इनके साथ दूरी बना के रखी जाए तो अच्छा रहेगा वो अपने काम में करते हैं अब ये वक्त ये आ गया है मैडम आपने जो है मेंशन सो मेनी स्कीम where EYST entrepreneur existing entrepreneur or would be entrepreneur can be benefited आपने cluster scheme and so many schemes you have discussed. Now the time has come instead of those villagers and small entrepreneurs who are not well educated, well aware, now agency आपके MSME institute सब स्टेटों में है, branch institute है, यहाँ पर है, आप उनके पास जाइए, बैठिए उनके पास, हैंड होल्डिंग करिए. When I was director in the Ministry of MSME, हमने एक स्कीम चालू की थी हैंड होल्डिंग, जिसमें हम 25 लाख रुपया एसोसिएशन को देते थे कि आप अपना हैंड होल्डिंग करिए, पकड़िए उसको, सिखाइए उसको. नो टाइम अब बातें करने से काम नहीं होगा, आप कुछ करके दिखाइए. BAYSA के बड़े गेट हैं, काफी उसमें जुड़े हुए हैं, मैडम बहुत सालों से काम कर रही है, मैं भी उसके साथ जुड़ा हुआ हूँ, कि आप स्कीमों का ऐसे इम्प्लीमेंटेशन इज वेरी पुअर इन दी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट और दी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट. अब कुंद्रा साहब ने बात करी तो वो अपना नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न का एग्जांपल दे रहे हैं कि वहाँ दिल्ली के बीच में जो 100% अर्बन है, वहाँ का उन्होंने नहीं बताया कि यहाँ क्या स्कोप है और कैसे हम जोड़ा जा सकता है. तो ये मेरे छोटे से सवाल हैं कि ऐसी फ्रेंडली फ्रेंडली होनी चाहिए.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we appreciate your concern. For the benefit of the audience, so he is having a question as well as a suggestion. So I would like to share that there is a government e-marketplace. Okay, GEM. I don't know how many of you are aware. So please register yourself in the GEM so that your product can be purchased by anyone anywhere else in India. And all the government offices, including public sector units, we are supposed to procure from micro entrepreneurs 25% of our consumables. Let it be a paper, pen, all these stationery things, whatever we use in the offices. And out of the 25%, 4% we are supposed to procure from specifically SC/ST entrepreneurs. And besides this, 3% we are supposed to procure from women entrepreneurs. That is the mandate for all the government organizations and public sector units. So public sector undertaking and units also. Please register yourself in government e-market. That will help you for your marketing across the states, and you will get a very good price. It is very transparent, but only thing you have to get into that GEM portal.
मुझे अगर फ्लिपकार्ट में रजिस्ट्रेशन करने वेरी इजी, बट जैम में रजिस्ट्रेशन करने इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट. एंड इफ इट इज डिफिकल्ट फॉर मी, आई एम लिविंग इन दिल्ली, so you can understand if नीचे के लोग कैसे उसको रजिस्टर?
सर क्या कठिनाई होती है आपकी?
हाँ जी,
हाउ व्हाई इज इट डिफिकल्ट?
आओ
व्हाई इज इट डिफिकल्ट?
सर, बहुत सारी फॉर्मेलिटीज है और वो एंड तक जाके समझ ही नहीं आता है। और
what type of formalities sir?
जो भी वहाँ पे जो रजिस्ट्रेशन है,
हाँ जी,
इतनी सारी उसमें चीजें आप खुद देखिएगा।
मैं नहीं, I'm interested in this. I'm interested in sir.
इट्स वेरी,
But what are the kind of formalities sir?
जैम में रजिस्ट्रेशन करना बहुत डिफिकल्ट।
No, understood sir. But what are the kind of formalities that you have problem with specifically? दो चार उदाहरण दे सकते हैं आप?
अब उदाहरण तो सर जब आप रजिस्टर करेंगे देन यू विल गेट द डिफिकल्टीज की क्या डिफिकल्टीज है। एंड सेकंड, आप खुद सोचिए ना सर, जैम इज वेरी गुड बट व्हाई फ्लिपकार्ट में रजिस्ट्रेशन ज्यादा क्यों है, जैम में क्यों नहीं है? Because anyone can do that, but it is difficult for.
When I've had actually received very good feedback on GEM, so I'm just interested in knowing specifically what is the problem. Sir.
से ट्राई कर रहा हूँ, नहीं होता है।
ओके,
धन्यवाद। मेरा एक सवाल है, जैसे कि अभी सारे एक्सपर्ट्स बैठे हुए हैं, तो जब कोविड आया तो इंडिया इतना डिजिटली सक्षम नहीं था उस समय, और भगवान ना करे ऐसी कोई सिचुएशन अगर दोबारा आती है, ऐसा कुछ चैलेंजिंग आता है सिचुएशन, तो हम आप लोगों की राय में इंडिया कितना कैपेबल है इस समय डिजिटली, और क्या चीजें हैं जो कि एक साधारण छोटा उद्यमी MSME कर सकता है अपने को और कैपेबल बनने में, क्योंकि यहाँ पे बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो उस कैटेगरी से आते हैं, तो आप लोग की एक्सपर्ट्स की राय जानना चाहेंगे। धन्यवाद।
संजय would like this.
मैं आपको बताता हूँ, आई थिंक अगर आप कंपेयर करें ग्लोबली आज की डेट में, जस्ट पेमेंट सिस्टम्स, अभी कई लोगों ने बोला पेमेंट सिस्टम के बारे में, जो वॉल्यूम है ट्रांजैक्शन का वो ग्लोबली किसी भी कंट्री में नहीं है इस समय, एंड आई थिंक वी आर वे अहेड फॉर ऑल द वेस्टर्न कंट्रीज इफ यू कंपेयर ऑल टुगेदर, वी आर वे अहेड, नंबर वन। नंबर टू, आई थिंक आपका सवाल था कि हमारा कोविड से पहले हम लोग रेडी नहीं थे। आई थिंक अगर मैं ग्लोबली देखूं, कई सारी कंट्रीज और ज्यादातर कंट्रीज रेडी नहीं थी, लेकिन अगर आपने देखा, अगर आप इसी ग्रुप में अगर आप देखें, बहुत सारे एंटरप्रेन्योर्स हैं, मेंटर्स हैं, उन्होंने कैसे कनेक्ट किया और कैसे उस अपॉर्चुनिटी पे कैश किया, दैट्स रिमार्केबल। आई थिंक वी नीड अ बिग अप्लॉज फॉर ऑल द पीपल, दे हैव डन वंडर्स हियर एक्चुअली। सो आपका आंसर इसी ग्रुप में बैठता है कि कैसे किया, बट आई थिंक देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ डिफरेंस। जो 4 साल पहले था और 3 साल पहले था, आई थिंक वी आर वे अहेड राइट नाउ। ऑफ कोर्स ये एक जर्नी है, कोई भी डिजिटल अगर मैं बोलूंगा तो डिजिटल इज नॉट समथिंग ए डेस्टिनेशन, आपको हमेशा कुछ ना कुछ करते रहना पड़ेगा, कभी खत्म नहीं होगा। सो आई थिंक वी ऑल हैव टू कम थ्रू अ जर्नी, बट आई थिंक वी आर इन अ वेरी गुड स्टेट, दैट्स माय ओन ओपिनियन।
Yeah, one more question from here. Hi, I'm a senior mentor from Gurgaon. One more question for the specialist. Yeah, micro entrepreneurs face greater challenges than larger firms when it comes to implementing appropriate cybersecurity and data protection measures. What are the key reasons and how to overcome this? Shall I repeat the question?
Hello. Yeah, ma'am, a larger organization obviously has more resources, funding, and even workforce to, address concerns regarding any aspect of digital technology, including cybersecurity. So the difference and differentiation starts from there itself. And for as Mr. Bigtanani said, the investment has to be made to be digital ready, but be clear on what you want and make the investment, and you recover costs as you go by.
Thank you so much.
So thank you everyone for this panel discussion and for this really enlightening conversation. And thank you to all the panelists for being here today. Okay,
we can
yes.
take more questions. One more.
Yes, ma'am.
मेरा एक स्टार्टअप है रैम्बो एग्रोटेक हेल्थ केयर एंड वेलनेस तो हेलो रैम्बो एग्रोटेक हेल्थ केयर एंड वेलनेस में आयुर्वेदिक वेलनेस प्रोडक्ट्स बनाती हूँ लेकिन हम लोग बहुत ही अच्छे क्वालिटी के बहुत सारे प्रॉब्लम से हालात से जूझ के प्रोडक्ट्स बनाते हैं 180-220 रुपए में उसका एमआरपी रखते हैं लेकिन विदेशी कंपनी आ रही है उनकी 1600 2000 2200 की प्रोडक्ट्स आती है कंपैरेटिवली वो नेटवर्क मार्केटिंग के जरिए पॉपुलर होती है तो इसमें हमारी स्केलेबिलिटी सस्टेनेबिलिटी कहाँ रह गई तो हम कहाँ तक सस्टेन कर पाएंगे ये क्वेश्चन मेरे सामने है और ये मतलब हर स्टेट में हो रहा है मैं महाराष्ट्र में व्यापार कर रही हूँ लेकिन भारत के हर स्टेट में ये हो रहा है कि स्वदेशी हमारे जैसे ग्रासरूट लेवल के स्टार्टअप्स है उनको बहुत हानि पहुंच रही है इससे
आप पुणे से है ना शायद या आप आपका डिटेल्स दे दीजिए हम आपके लिए मुंबई एमएसएमई डीएफओ का डायरेक्टर का डिटेल्स बताएंगे तो it is not a threat actually so everybody got a space whether it is a micro entrepreneur woman entrepreneur or big corporate medium scale enterprise so everyone has a space so we cannot say that it is a threat that's why under Atmanirbhar so our government is emphasizing on exports actually so most of the exports and Maharashtra is in forefront even the commodities agriculture commodities even industrialization is also there forefront there is a lot of scope for you to take your product into other countries. Okay, we'll help you out. Our DFO office will be in contact with you.
So I have a comment here, madam. अगर मेरे को आपका सवाल समझ में आया, you are selling at 120, 150, 200 रुपए. उसमें आप प्रॉफिट, उसमें आपका मार्जिन बनता है, आपके खर्चे कम होते हैं. And in international company selling at 1500 रुपए.
Can she take the mic, please?
So why, I don't understand why they should sell when you are 1/10 the price.
सर मैं मेरा प्रोडक्ट मतलब अच्छे क्वालिटी से मैनेज कर रही हूँ और अफोर्डेबल प्राइस में मैं इंडियन मार्केट में अवेलेबल करके देना चाहती हूँ लेकिन वही कंपटीशन में बाहर की विदेशी कंपनियों की प्रोडक्ट्स में आते हैं और हाई कॉस्ट में बेच के चले जाते हैं नेटवर्क मार्केटिंग के जरिए तो इसमें हमारे स्वदेशी माल के सस्टेनेबिलिटी को मतलब मुझे थोड़ा सा क्वेश्चन मार्क लग रहा है
नहीं, but madam, if you are 1/10 the price, वो आपके 10 गुना प्राइस बेच रहे हैं. बिक रहा है. I think you should perhaps look at your marketing efforts and distribution efforts. Maybe you should use the online medium better. But there is no way that a product at 10% of the price of somebody else should sell less if it's of a good quality.
Market access for you is more important. मतलब आप कितने भी e-com sites हैं जो private हैं Flipkart, Amazon की तरह आप उनको explore कर सकते हैं. Plus government के भी अपने initiatives हैं. ONDC करके एक e-com platform है जो कि Flipkart and Amazon की तरह ही शुरू किया गया है. That can be a platform for you and plus और भी initiatives हैं government के जैसे Instamojo करके एक platform है जहाँ पे आप अपना own e-com website खोल सकते हैं अपने enterprise का जिसमें सिर्फ आप ही के products बिकेंगे so awareness मतलब आपको जानकारी होना बहुत ज़रूरी है कि क्या-क्या avenues हैं क्या-क्या platforms हैं आपके लिए
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you so much. I think we are done with the question and answers round right now. So moving on, BYST is exchanging MOU with InfoEdge, who have been supporting and promoting digital readiness of grampreneurs in program since 2019. The objective of the program is to promote digitalization in the entrepreneurial ecosystem. BYST will be supported in improving the digital infrastructure, which will in turn support in creating many more entrepreneurs. I would like to call upon Mr. Harveen Bedi, InfoEdge, and Ms. Aruna, Senior Director, BYST, to exchange the MOU in presence of all dignitaries. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause for signing one more MOU. And requesting Mr. Ashish to please join Anura ma'am. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause. Thank you so much and many congratulations to both the parties. Next, BYST's Mentoring India is partnering with Bharati Vidyapeeth College of Engineering to train their officials with mentoring skill sets in order to increase the efficacy of potential entrepreneurs in their ecosystem. I invite Mr. Dharmendra Saini, Principal, Bharati Vidyapeeth College of Engineering, and Ms. Sukanya Iyer, Chairperson, National Mentor Panel, BYST, to exchange the MOU. Can we have Ms. Sukanya Iyer, Chairperson, National Mentor Panel, BYST, to exchange the MOU? Requesting Mrs. Aruna to join the MOU. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause for one more MOU. Thank you so much and many congratulations to both the parties. Now let's witness the experience sharing from an institutional mentor, Dr. Rajat, who is trained by BYST under the Mentor Development Program for IT Roorkee. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Dr. Rajat.
Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to share our experience of BYST mentorship program. I am Professor Rajat Agrawal, working in the Department of Management Studies and currently also looking after the responsibility of innovation and incubation at IIT Roorkee. We already have 2 incubators, and these incubators are serving all our students and faculty members. We incubated somewhere around 129 startups in these incubators so far. And total market capitalization of these startups are somewhere close to 2,400 crores. And during the period of COVID, I came across BYST initiatives. We had some initial discussions. And I was so excited that we teach how to be entrepreneur in our colleges, but BYST was taking the initiative how to be mentor, a good mentor. We initiated some understanding, and as part of that understanding, BYST conducted some online training programs for our faculty mentors, and also we involved some of our existing mentors in those programs, and these programs were highly successful. We got some tremendous feedback from the participants, and these mentors started working with our E-Cell students. We have a club of students where we teach, we practice, and we also do a lot of outreach activities for nearby institutions. Roorkee is in Uttarakhand. We have a lot of tribal entrepreneurs in our state, and these students, they work with tribal population for nurturing their abilities into entrepreneurial journeys. And I'm very happy to say that we associated 2 such trained mentors with our students, and they could get a internal grant from IIT Roorkee resources for developing their startups. Both of them are working in the area of deep technology, but I must say the role of mentors were very important in making the business plans so that they can pitch right way in front of the judging panels. And I hope
this relationship of BYST and institutions like IIT Roorkee, where we already have a developed innovation entrepreneurship ecosystem, will help us to go beyond our boundaries. We are many a times confined to our own boundaries, but we know that there is a huge opportunity outside our boundaries. And with the help of now a pool of trained mentors, we will be able to serve the society in a much better way, because we know what are the requirements of these grassroots level innovators. The only request I say that there are multiple government agencies which are working for these initiatives. Now, how to bring those multiple agencies on a common platform so that we can avoid the duplication of efforts and a more concrete, scalable efforts can be taken. And if we can plan with the help of institutions like BYST, like in today's program, we are able to bring so many stakeholders on the same platform, that will really help to make the real use of technology which is coming from institutions like IITs and the efforts of BYST to promote the culture of entrepreneurship with strong mentorship. That is, I think, the most important foray of BYST, because everybody is teaching how to be entrepreneur, but how to be a good mentor, that is something very unique to BYST. And I feel really privileged that we got some lessons to be a good mentor with the programs of BYST. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share my experience. Thank you very much.
To conclude this session, requesting Mr. Vipin Sodhi to please take over.
We have to launch an entrepreneur's app if there is, but till then I'll just ask the question till we get ready for the app. इस मीडिया का एक बहुत बड़ा रोल होता है आपके बारे में बात करने का, और पैनल में कोई नहीं था पर मॉडरेटर खुद मीडिया से हैं, तो मैंने सोचा मॉडरेटर साहिबा से पूछें कि मीडिया क्या रोल है हम ग्रांडप्रेन्योर्स का की जो स्टोरीज हैं वो उसको आगे ले जाएं. Ivinder ji.
Sir, while I can't vouch for the other media, but at the Indian Express, you would surely have noticed that we don't always follow the newsmakers or the people in the news, but the Indian Express also creates its own newsmakers and drives the agenda for news by highlighting grassroots stories. I mean, the maximum stories these days, page 1 देखिए या आप अंदर भी देखिए अखबार में. So जो छोटे लेवल पे लोगों की स्टोरीज, लोगों के ह्यूमन इंटरेस्ट स्टोरीज, entrepreneurs की, sports persons की, ये सब stories, I mean there are plenty. And there are a lot of independent websites and digital media also who are taking up all these issues and talking about the people who are not, who are not creating waves on Twitter maybe, but they are significant in their own respect. And as an editor myself, we have covered a lot of small scale entrepreneurs. कोई hill state से हो गए, कोई north east से हो गए. So all these profiles बहुत किए हैं हमने, and I hope we'll continue doing that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so now we have reached the most significant part of this session. Firstly, we are proceeding with the launch of a BYST Entrepreneurs app. BYST Entrepreneur app, one of its kind in the country, will enable entrepreneurs to learn and enhance their knowledge and skills through various structured learning material and certified e-learning courses. Expert learning materials such as edited videos, audio versions of webinars, seminars, etc. Bite-sized just-in-time learning nuggets such as news, blogs, etc., which would be pushed in the app from time to time. BYST hopes that this app will become a bridge between small underprivileged entrepreneurs across India and help kindle conversation, collaboration, and action. So ladies and gentlemen, let's get up yourself for something new. I request Mr. Vipin Sondi along with other dignitaries to launch the BYST Entrepreneur app by clicking the remote button. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a thunder round of applause for launching the most innovative app, which is BYST Entrepreneurs app. Come on, let's have a huge round of applause. Come on, out together. Congratulations to everyone who are witnessing this momentous occasion. Thank you so much, sir, and thank you so much, all the dignitaries. I request you, sir, to please present the mementos to all the distinguished speakers. Thank you so much for joining us. We are delighted to have you here. Many thanks, ma'am. Congratulations. Thank you, sir. Heartfelt thank you, sir. Many, many thanks, sir, for joining us. Thank you so much, sir. Now requesting Mr. Vipin Sondi to conclude this wonderful session.
आप ये ऐप का जरूर इस्तेमाल कीजिएगा और हमें फीडबैक दीजिए, इसको हम फिर और तरक्की करेंगे। पर पहले आपकी जो महत्वाकांक्षा है, आपकी जो एम्बिशन है, उससे हम बहुत ही इंस्पायर होते हैं। ये प्रेरणादायक है और इसके लिए आप सबको बहुत बहुत मुबारक हो। Congratulations and a very warm round of applause for everybody present here. 4-5 पॉइंट मुद्दे जो आए थे, एक है कि गवर्नमेंट अपनी तरफ से खूब कोशिश कर रही है, जरूर ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस पे निगाह रखनी पड़ेगी। आपने ये 5-6 सालों में तरक्की हुई है, पर और तरक्की करने वाली है। दूसरा कि टेक्नोलॉजी हमें एम्पावर करता है और उस टेक्नोलॉजी का जितना हम इस्तेमाल करें और हम अपनी तरफ से BYST की तरफ से कोशिश करेंगे कि उसको आसान बना दी जाए और आपके पास ये पहुंचा जाए, और उसके लिए जितनी भी आपकी दिक्कतें हैं वो फीडबैक आप जरूर BYST सिस्टम के माध्यम से हमें वापस दीजिएगा। और तीसरा, लगातार अपने जो साथी हैं उनको भी मदद करना है। जो पीयर टू पीयर लर्निंग है, जो हमारे समीर जी ने कहा, संजीव ने कहा कि जो पीयर टू पीयर लर्निंग है, आपकी जो एक्सपीरियंस है वो हमें जरूर फायदेमंद होगी और आपके साथियों को होगी। और फाइनली मैडम ने कहा है कि प्रेस जरूर ये कहानियां छापेगी, आपकी जो इंस्पिरेशनल स्टोरीज हैं छापेगी, वो भी जरूर BYST के माध्यम से हमारे पास वापस आई है। टू द BYST Lakshmi, to the chairman Mr. Bhargav, and to the team, thank you very much. Thank you very much to the speakers.
Thank you so much, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, अब दिल थाम के बैठ जाइए क्योंकि लकी लोगों का नाम लेने का टाइम आ गया है। Now it's time to announce the lucky dip winners. But before that, I want to know how many of you are excited for this. Come on, raise your hand. कौन-कौन excited हैं lucky winners बनने के लिए? I hope everybody has dropped the coupon in the lucky dip box. All right, so we have the box requesting Mr. Sondi to please take out the name of 3 winners. Ladies can do that. All right, requesting ma'am, please to take out 1 name. Let's see who is going to win the first lucky gift from BYST. May I know the name? Okay, so the number is 469. Anyone who is having the coupon of 469, the other half, can present your coupon and take the gift. 469, requesting you to please check your coupon. 469. Anyone? Requesting everyone to please take out your coupon. 469, many congratulations. Requesting you to please come up and collect your gift. Meanwhile, we will take out another number. Requesting you, ma'am, to please do the honors. May I know the number, ma'am? And the number is 296. Number 296. Anyone? Number 296. Anyone to claim? So can I see your coupon? It's 469. All right. Congratulations. Can we have the gift, please? Ma'am, please to do the honors and join us. Many, many congratulations, sir, for winning the first prize at BYT Lucky Dip. Coupon number 296. All right, congratulations. We have the second winner. Many, many congratulations. Let's have a huge round of applause. Now requesting Vipin sir to please take out the third name. And the number is 488. 488. Anyone? 488. Who is the coupon bearer of 488? Anyone? Anyone? I don't think so. We have the coupon number 488 with us. Okay, now requesting sir to please take out the name once again. All right, still we can have one more lucky person. It's number 19. Okay, 19 ka kis ke paas hai? Come on, raise your hand. Starting 19. Tell me. I know that many of you have, okay, I can see one honest answer. Thank you for participating. Two, only two? That's it? It's 191. Who is the lucky winner? 191, anyone? No one? Only 91? Okay, let's go for another one. Requesting to please come here. So now requesting you to please take out one more coupon. I think दो ladies थी उनके lucky winners हमारे पास थे. Okay, thank you so much, sir. Okay, it's nearby. It's 202. Anyone? No? Again, एक दो number से plus minus, right? You want to take me out one more coupon? Okay, let me do it for you. Done? Are you sure? एक कर देते, last one. Okay, let me just shuffle it for you. And the number is 218. Still no one? Who are the people who have dropped in these coupons? All right, thank you so much. I think we have only 2 lucky winners today for the lucky dip. All right, thank you so much, all the dignitaries. Thank you so much, all the speakers for joining us today. And ladies and gentlemen, with this, we have come to an end of today's wonderful program. Thank you so much for participating and making this event a huge success. Looking forward to your continued support in the days to come. Have a great evening. Join us for tea. Have a good day. Namaste. This is your host, Akansha Gupta, signing off for the day. Take care.
I do apologize. मैंने मीडिया के बारे में आपको